My mic sounds. Does my mic sound okay? Oh, you guys ever just have those days where you don't want to use your face cam? Because I get those days. Oh, my hair is so long. It's getting so poofy. I just showered. It's getting so poofy now. God damn it. Sponsored by These Nuts. Now sponsored. Gym killing you? Now the game gonna kill you? Yeah, Gym is kicking my ass. Today wasn't bad. It was just on Thursday. I did a lot. Thursday was basically a full body workout for a body that was not ready for a full body workout. So I was in pain everywhere. I forgot I had that. That works now. It works now. That's so... That makes me so happy. It works now. Oh, I have a favor to ask of you guys. Oh, fuck. I have a favor to ask of you guys. And, could someone post some better Twitch TV emotes? I am, very curious. Anything for you, Hitsu. Yes, anything. Oh my god, you dorks. I want to see if better Twitch TV emotes pop up. Here, let me just go to desktop. Let's see if you can see. I want to see better Twitch TV emotes pop up here. Also, this is my OBS now. I organized it a little bit. So as you can see, there's infinite chats. Great addition. There's also the actual chat. On the left, there's my scenes, the sources of the scenes, which I have way too fucking many of. Audio mixer, which is nice. I have recent events, so I cannot be completely blind all the damn time. Because I realize I'm not as good at streaming as I used to be. So, I need some place for it to like pop up so I can be like, oh, hey, thank you so much for doing that thing that you did. Because I'm a blind bat now. Oh, yes. Yes. I was making food when you sent that. What time was it? Was it my time? I don't remember the time specifically. I'm not sure if it was AM, PM. It was something around 9, right? And then the dashboard over here that's being blocked by good old Ghosty Chan. The cutie patootie. As you can see, I now have it so I can like edit stream info. I can change all the things I need here. Instead of opening Twitch, I can clip, I can manage goals. I'd hate to run an ad, but I could run ads if I need to go take a piss break. That way it gets rid of pre-roll ads. I don't know, Twitch is so fucking weird of how they handle the shit now. Like, it's kind of ridiculous, honestly. I don't know how they do it. Follower only chat in case hate raids. I know that was a thing that happened. I'm not sure how that's been like. if that's gotten any better. But I have that just in case. So I have like quick, easy buttons I can just boop. Let's manage goals. Oh, so I can do like subscriber goals. How do I, if I were to test this, how would I do it? Browser source? Okay. Goal. Hold up. Then if I was to add a source, let's add a source real quick. A browser source, just a casual one. Goals. I don't think it matters too much. That's what it looks like? That looks kind of trash, honestly, the fuck? Hold up. Where was it? Let's just do... Is it 1920 by 1080? Is that like the default? Does that look any better? That's a trash sub goal. That's the default on Twitch? Really, Twitch? There's no shot. This is actually the default. This is so trash tier. Well, that's there. I'm gonna delete it. I don't like it. It works, but like, do better. I guess. Just do better, the fuck. Anything for you, Hitsu? Yes, anything? You're a dork. How have you guys been? Let me move this back over here so you guys don't get bombarded by infinity and switch to just chatting, because we're just chatting. I am losing weight, but I still got weight. Y'all can tell a little bit there. But how have my workouts been? I haven't done much. It's only been a week of it, and I started on Wednesday, so it's not even a full week. Thursday was the day that kicked my ass. But today, for example, I did chest, upper body. Tomorrow's gonna be leg day. My legs should feel better actually after the craziness that would happen on Thursday. And then Wednesday, I want to make that light cardio days. Just something chill to pass the time, because I did leg day before and chest is still recovering, like upper body's still recovering. So just something chill. Stretching, light cardio, something to pass the time to make sure I still get my heart working. Thursday, I try to do like HIIT type stuff, I guess. Anything that gets me like really working. That's why that specific day I did full body. There's like a class they had at the gym. I was like, fuck it, I'll do it. I was not ready for that class. I really was not ready for that class. That one kicked my ass. And then Fridays, I would do full body, like weightlifting. Just catch anything I haven't really been focusing on, but also go over the things I have been working on. And then Saturdays, just cardio. That's basically my routine. I want to stretch each day. I want to get better. I want to get flexible again. It's the idea. Hold up. These pants, the waistline, are scuffed. But how are you guys? What's going on? My hair is so long. I want to take this off. I want to see how chaotic it looks. It's so chaotic. I need a haircut. You can always DM me as I'm trying to lose weight myself. My advice is to walk with audiobooks. Aim for... I mean, I've been doing fine with losing weight. I think since the start of the summer, because I was working out when I was in Norway as well. But the start of the summer, I think I weighed like 220 pounds. I'm down to like 196, 97, something like that. So it's not too bad. I'm still obviously trying to lose weight. I'm also trying to balance. I don't really care that much about the weight loss. I'm also trying to like bulk up a little bit. So I'm just trying to manage that. My diet isn't really that great. My diet is not that great at all. But like it's not. I'm not overeating or anything like that. I'm eating decent amounts and I'm good on that part. But I should probably eat healthier foods, more greens and stuff like that. Just for my body in general. It's good for you. But I haven't. Find a diet of decent food that works for you. Yeah, it's just been kind of whatever comes into my stomach. I'll manage it, but it's just whatever comes into my stomach. Pizza? Sure, I'll have some. Just eat not as much is what I've been doing, which isn't really. I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. Some management, but you look hella good, to be fair. Well, thank you. You look hella good. I can't. That was so fucking cringe, dude. But yeah, thank you, Cool Bones. Hope you guys have been well. Hope you guys have been taking care of yourselves. That's centered. There we go. Fried eggs are your best friend. I'm a soft yolk. I mean, I eat eggs almost daily. Being me, Asian, good old Asian me, rice and eggs are probably my favorite dish. So I'll eat eggs almost daily. Like 2 is easy. Whenever I make a meal with eggs, like if it's just rice and eggs, that's already 3 eggs. Just 1 meal, 3 eggs. So like I don't mind eggs at all. But my problem is I need more variety in my meals. Eggs are nice. I love eggs. But I just need that's really my biggest problem. I just need more variety. I need more veggies. Probably alternative meats that are like leaner, maybe. But that's not what I've been doing. I've been eating like a lot of pork type stuff, a lot of pork that has meat, but also a lot of fat. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. It's not the end of the world. It's just I could probably eat a bit more lean if I wanted to, but flavor is so important to me. Hi, Ray. How are you doing? How was your 1-year anniversary stream yesterday? A full entire year of streaming properly. How was that? Venison is good lean meat. It's high in protein and low in fat. Probably, yeah, venison's actually really fucking good. Not gonna lie. The only problem is venison's also really expensive. That's the reason why I eat like the fatty pork stuff. It's kind of cheap. It's easy. It's just you go there. You're ready, you know. Duck called me a kind of a fat ass and told me I need to do more exercise recently. Oof. Ouch. Rude. Actually, that's interesting. That reminded me. When I was in Norway, I got assessed. They have these cool little machines now that like send like a very small electric jolt throughout your entire body. You just hold on to 2 sticks, and it basically tests for BMI and stuff like that. But it's just a small device. You hold it, and it gets all the information about your physiological body, in like a minute. And like it gets heart rate because you're holding onto it. Obviously, the heart rate pulses through it. But like it's so simple, and I'm like, this is where tech is nowadays. You can figure out my BMI from this. You can figure out my weight from this. Like, well, I was standing on a scale. Obviously, it can, but like it was so simple. It figured out all these different things, including my metabolic age, because of how I am apparently. And apparently, it said I was 43 years old. Metabolically, and I'm like 43 years old, me, a dashing, I can't compliment myself without fucking cringing. Sorry. A late 20s individual that has a metabolic age that's like almost 20 years older than him. Shit's crazy. Hey, In the meantime, my GDI digital weight doesn't even work properly because the floor is slightly curved. Oh no. Yeah, I've noticed that. Or not noticed that, but I've that's besides the point. But yeah. How have you been though, Ray? How was your stream? You had an awesome stream. You were having a lot of fun. There was a lot of laughs. A lot of people were stopping by and hanging out. How was your anniversary stream? I hope it went well. I was having fun. I was only gonna stay for like a little bit and lurk and do other stuff, but then I ended up having a lot of fun, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna stay and do everything I can." So, no, Sophia was there. No, that was Sophia. That was Sophia. Yeah, fatty stuff isn't necessarily bad. It's just. It's like it's one of those things where it's not bad. It's just in excess. It's probably not good for you, but it's whatever. Honestly, I'd rather her call me a little bit of a fat ass than what she's been saying. Like my body's finally leveling out, so that's super good. Then, yeah, I mean, doctors, I don't think should ever sugarcoat anything really. I feel like it's actually a disservice to people when they sugarcoat things. Like maybe if it's like a therapist, that would be more understandable. If they sugarcoat things, they take things at a different approach. But if a doctor is sugarcoating things to you about your own health, that's kind of BS. It's kind of fucked up actually. But that's whatever. Yeah, yeah, it was so much fun, Hound. I had so much fun. Me and Sophia, we were in a call during the dubbed voice part of the stream, and we were laughing at all of the like ones. She liked a lot of mine. That made me so happy. I was like, oh, she likes mine. Even if no one voted for mine that particular time, she giggled at mine and she knew it was me. And I was like, oh, I love her so much. So that I had a lot of fun. Random Snake, did I answer, or did you answer me about what time it was? Let me scroll up. Scroll up. Right after Kenpachi said follow my OnlyFans. Yes. Kenpachi, you're a dork. I don't have one. 9:15 p.m. your time. So it'd be 3:15 p.m. my time. Yeah. I should be able to make that. No, I should. I think I should be able to make that tomorrow. I think so. I don't think I'll be out. I could definitely be there, and I want to support you with that. I had an email from work that seriously vexed me because of the lack of empathy in my workplace, potentially breaking the law to give me repercussions based on what I did at work. If the workplace is ever bullshitting you and just they're trying to say fuck you for whatever fucking reason, easy fix. Say fuck them and just quit. It's not worth it. Or do something to get yourself fired so you get that paid leave. But then that carries as well, so that's not as good. But you get that paid leave. No, I hate it. I feel like I know work is difficult. Obviously, yes, work is a lot of work. That's why it's work. But oh, my sister's calling. Hold up. Let me see what she needs. Way I picked up the phone like an old person. Hello. No, mom will be. No. I'm streaming. Let me check it. 1 second. Oh, so you'll be going to the union from now on? Unions do work? Okay, yeah, just let mom know. She'll be fine. Alright, yeah. Bye-bye. Take care. Okay. Where were we? That was Sisuga. I've been giving her rides, but she's gonna be picked up by Madre. But that's actually kind of what I've been incorporating as well. I drop her off at school or wherever she needs to go for like her internship, and then I'll just go to the gym. That's been like my plans. Like I'll be tired, I'll hate my fucking life, but I mean it's kind of a good time to go to the gym. It's like, well, I'm already driving. I'm out here in public. Might as well go to the gym kind of moment. So that's how that's been going. She just said it way nicer than I'm saying it, but like I was low on a lot of stuff and now I'm not having that issue. You were doing cute voices. Oh no, we were doing dubbed voices on Hound's stream. I can smell yours miles away whenever there's a JoJo reference. Oh my god. Yeah, Hound. Let me. How do you? I need a mod here. Did I do that right? Please tell me I did that. I hope I did that right. Yeah, Hound was having their 1-year anniversary stream, and hello, I'm wondering where I could find a fresh cold gallon of Leo milk. No shot. Is that really you? How long has it been? How do you remember your old username? I remember how fucking much I missed you. Ganja the Bombs. I think it's, I didn't ever called you by your username. That's why I don't remember you by your username. Right? How have you been? Plague Lord Nurgle. Long time no see. I'm doing pretty good. I'm trying to get back into streaming, and I'm trying to enjoy that more. But no, seriously, welcome back. Leo Milk? Well, sorry. But no, I miss you, man. I've been wondering how have you been. Like I was talking, I think, with Regal on stream a few months ago. We brought you up. I miss you, dude. He's beautiful as always. But let me catch up. No, I need the money and it's somewhat cushy. I have a job to do next week for a job with better money and it's closer to what I want. So it's all good. Oh, that's what I mean though. Like I'm not saying like quit and like say fuck you right away. There needs to be a plan in quitting. You can't just be like, nah, fuck it, I'm out. I mean, you could. That'd be kind of badass, but you don't have to do that. It's smarter to be secure and act accordingly. You gotta be radiant mentality in real life, you know? Can't just int yourself like that. Facecam looking good. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. 10 out of 10 with strokers. I need to get a haircut. I know my hair looks really fluffy and nice, but I noticed it today when I was working out. Also, it's because I had a mix of bed hair, but my hair was like, it was kind of like, what did you really do with this chair in the back? It was kind of like pointy, but it was troll. I don't understand, but I believe 100% everything this man is saying. Wait, what? But check to make sure your resume is updated. Is that oriented? What you wanted? Oh, that's really. I need to update my resume. I need to find a job first of all, because I'm broke. But I need to update my resume, and there's just so many things going on. I want to move to Norway soon. So I'm trying to find a job there. But I know in order for me to get a proper job in Norway, I need two things: a master's degree, which I think I can get for like no cost school wise in Norway, and I also need to learn Norwegian. But regardless, I'll still need a way to pay for things for the 2 years that I go there. Now my hair's getting really messy now that I mess it up. Oh, if I was a billionaire, I would just be throwing money at people. Holy shit. I don't even know what to do with that much money. I'm super content with. I've always had this image of my ideal life where I just want to live peacefully in the country, but not really, because I also want to be close enough to the city to get goods, foods, and fiber internet. But besides that, I would be like in the countryside. Every morning I would just wake up, sit outside, look outside into the garden or whatever, and just chill there, and then play with the family, work out, and create. Just create. That's my ideal life. I just like that's how I could be streaming. I could just be doing art. I could be writing. I could be doing so many different things, and that ideal fucking life for me. Such a simple life. I don't need anything. So when the idea of being a billionaire, I'm like, the fuck would I even do with that? Travel? But then after I get sick of traveling, what then? What would your master's be in? I got a degree in psychology. I have a bachelor's in psych. Um, Master's, event. I don't know what it would be. Honestly, it would just be to whatever fits the bill and gets me a job in Norway. To be completely honest with you, is what I'm going to be going for. But when I took psych initially, I wanted to become a psychiatrist. So I was going to go to med school and be a doctor and all that. But there's not even really much of a psych field in Norway. In a lot of the places. And if there was, I definitely need to know Norwegian just to be able to talk with anyone. Something else I've been really good at is graphic design and editing and stuff like that, like Photoshop, Sony Vegas Pro. Like, I'm not too bad at it. I can make memes pretty fucking quickly, but the problem is that's not really sustainable, and I need to either build up a portfolio or get a degree saying I know how to work all these different things, because there's probably certain small things that customers or companies would want that I don't know, which I would be more than willing to learn, but that's besides the point. That's just random. That's just me mumbling. Sorry, let me catch up. I am not used to streaming. I can't catch up. True, but I don't really want to be quit, as I genuinely love the work, but it's just my arsehole senior manager having zero empathy. Well, I get that. Loving your work, but just make him quit. Next step. If he quits, you don't have to. Did you hear YouTube is monetizing shorts? They're gonna put ads on YouTube Shorts? That ruins the entire purpose of Shorts. That's gonna kill Shorts. People aren't gonna wear pants from now on. That's ridiculous. There's no way. No way. Do you want an Asian politics and specialize in East Asia and I can help you? Bet. I can't wait to talk about East Asia. YouTube's plan for YouTube is to kill. I don't. Alright, this is completely kind of random. Well, not really. We're talking about ads. Oh, fuck. I don't have streamer mode turned on. Do I? How do I turn it on again? There we go. Just in case I don't get like spam, because sometimes bots message me on Discord. But it's not a bot. This person that messaged me is a very sweet person, and I love them. But that's besides the point. I have said that so many times today, and I never say that often. That's besides the point. Kind of weird. But no, I want to talk about ads. What is this direction with like the internet going the way it is with these ads, like forced ads on literally everything? I know it's great. Monetary value per clicks, but like, can't there just be a platform that just doesn't use ads? Am I being too much? Is that selfish? Can there just be like a clean website that has a really awesome purpose but just no ads? They make money elseways. That's, I guess, how would you make money elsewhere? ways, but it's just ads are so fucking bullshit. That being said, some ads I do like. I'm not saying all ads are garbage. There are ads out there that are funny and I enjoy. Or they're like, ooh, new movie, nice. But I feel like once I've seen an ad once, I never want to see that ad again. Clean website sounds so dirty, but I agree. Yeah. Me being articulate when. The idea is that people who do shorts can live off the platform too, but yeah, ads have been much worse. That's what I mean. Like, I get the idea that people who do shorts should be able to earn a living. Like, that makes complete perfect sense to me, because I know some people literally only do shorts on YouTube or Instagram or anything like that. And like TikTok and Instagram, you can get paid for it through sponsorship and deals, I think, right? But on YouTube, you don't get anything unless you get sponsorships and deals. But I don't know. That's just, I always wished that YouTube had a way to like pay people per view. I feel like that'd be easier. Like, just something cheap, like half a cent or like something ridiculous per view, and like whatever. But like if your video's viral, it's like, oh yeah, you can actually get paid by YouTube. YouTube's paying you straight up. But that probably also isn't logical. That's just me talking as like a outside of the picture. Like, I don't know what you guys are doing. I don't like the idea of watching a 10-second ad to watch a 10-second short. That would piss me off. I would never use YouTube Shorts again. And I do actually use YouTube Shorts quite a bit, but I would never touch it again if that happened. But yeah. Let me see something. Because today I do plan on playing Elden Ring. Is that my ear? I hear a ringing. I hear a ringing in my left ear. I'm going deaf. Desktop. I need to turn on the... Why do I feel like an old man half the damn time? Alright, there it is. There's my death counter. 12,010 deaths already. God damn. But yeah, I just need ads to stop being. I need ads and loot boxes to stop being a thing. That'd be nice. But that's never gonna happen. Yeah, 1,200 deaths. It's I'm a spicy player. What can I say? I just want to see how many tabs they have. Hold up. Hold up. Did you guys see that? Crunchyroll, Paramount, Netflix, IMBD, YouTube, Amazon Prime Video, Google, a movie, Twitch. I have so many fucking tabs. I can't help it. Oh, my computer's decked out. That's how. It is. If it wasn't decked out, it would be literally impossible. Alright, let me full screen this. I want to see if the death counter works real quick. It works. Already. Let me scoot this camera back a little bit because we're entering chill mode, gaming mode. But yes, Snake, I think I replied to you already. I'm not sure if I did, so I'm gonna say it again. I'm down to join for the thing you're gonna be on TV for. What exactly is that? I didn't get a full chance by what's going on. Menu music not affected by the native sound settings? Nutty. Where the fuck was I? Oh, we found a new place. That's right. I remember now. Have you played this? I guess I have to say Plague Lord now. You're the Plague Lord. Have you played this? You can, if you look at my HP, I'm sure you can get an indication as to why I've died so much in this game. Is the game loud, by the way? Is my mic fine? Sound fine? Audio fine? In comparison to the game? Yeah, yeah. That's such a cool attack, actually. What the fuck? He's throwing like gunpowder, but it looks like fireflies. That's kind of really fucking cool. He's out of my range though. Good morning. Did you just wake up, Scotty? Or Sierra? Sorry. I just see the name and the emote, and my brain thinks. Sorry. Hello. Doing a playthrough at the moment, actually. And you just have a few hundred hours now. What's your playthrough? You can take 10 to 50% off the top, but it's not bad. You can still come through over the sound for the most part. That's perfectly fine. I just need to know a wee bit. 10 to 50% off. Then. How's that? Is that quite good? Well, I know it's fine, but I want to make a habit of saying people's like usernames on Twitch. Even if I know their real name, I just want to make a proper habit of it. Just because it makes it easier. Less confusion. And there's also no need for people to be like, who? Bum bum da 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 da. I died. Music did not help. my dubbed version, my cameo, my cover, not helpful. Just when it gets loud, it gets iffy. But yeah, that sounds good. That's perfect. That's perfect then. I'm glad to know. By the way, those enemies with the fire powder are called depraved perfumers. They're basically battle alchemists. That's such a cool name, I think, actually. What the fuck? There we go. When you thought it helped, but they pull a reverse Uno card on you. I thought I had boss music. Turns out they were playing the boss music in their heads. Alright. Come on. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I know very little about this game. Lore-wise, I'm still kind of confused as to what's going on. Like, I really don't fucking get it. Oh, that's not good. This is the perfume guy, right? Yeah, that's definitely the perfume guy. He can heal himself? Oh, that's bullshit. Well, that's rude. The lore is that they all drove themselves insane playing with unregulated chemicals. The alchemist went crazy because they're messing around with chemicals. That's actually so fucking funny for some reason to me. What the fuck? Both Smota and Bounty have a... I need to watch their videos once I properly play the game. I also want to do a lore run through at some point. Being kind of a dickhead, my friend. What the fuck? That's such a cool attack, though. Like, honestly. Ah! Ah! Did that guy fall as well? I think he did. Okay, that works. I'm bound to. I'm doing all NPC quests run right now, and it's taking me forever. Yeah, there's so many NPC quests. That's another thing that's like getting me. Like, I don't mind NPC quests. I think they're really cool, but I feel like I've accepted every single quest, and I still don't know what to do with these quests. Whoops. Bum bum dun 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 dun. Dub suit, cameo suit, cover suit. Is there lore on all the characters, all the enemies, all the mobs? That's the term I'm looking for. All the mobs. Gotta remember, being confused when I need to go for like 90% of. I don't know. I really just don't know. That's my problem. I just don't know. So, am I not supposed to go this way? Oh, don't matter. I decided to take a drop. That's what I did. That guy is most definitely not alive. And I am most definitely dead. Yeah, I figured you just have to seek it out. You have to uncover the lore yourself. But trying to make sense of the main plot right now, especially playing it so staggered the way I have been. Oh, there's a ladder here. Okay. That's where I go next. I need to go grab my souls. Oh, how do I get over there? Okay. Koi! What the fuck? He can combo attack? That's fucking rude. Tell me that didn't work. I refuse to believe it. Oh, you're approaching me? No way. Can I teleport? Oh, fuck. I haven't seen your face, but I know it's you. Ah, I missed that sound. Is that Hitsuga? Yes, sir, it is. Is that JT? Long time no see. I don't get to go in the painting. What did it even say? I missed it. I was looking at chat. Oh my god, he said yes? Yes. It is. Long time no see. How have you been? How's life been treating you? Thank you so much for the raid, by the way. What were you doing? I don't really have any mods around right now. So I can't really shout you out at this specific moment, but I will, as long as I get safe. Actually, I can't get safe. There is a job I must do. Okay. I was playing Mischief Makers on Nintendo 64. Why does that sound so familiar? That sounds so very familiar. Nintendo 64 Mischief Makers. This guy is being a pain in the ass. There we go. Now I can show you what. Hold on. Banger of a game. It's an action platformer made by Treasure. I need to look this up real quick. I am trying to get better at streaming again, so I must remember. Oh, but it doesn't tell me what you were doing. I need to fix that so I can figure it out. But I'm gonna look this up. Mischief Makers on Nintendo 64. Mischief Makers. It sounds so fucking familiar. Oh. Oh, I remember. Wait, what? What the fuck? Oh shit, he's right on me. I was wondering what that sound was. I see now. I almost died there. But this just brought back so many memories. I used to have a friend that had a Nintendo. I never had one, but I used to have a friend that had a Nintendo 64. I see people have made NSFW art about it. Good thing I didn't show that on stream. I think. Right? I didn't. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. Okay. I was trying to make sure it wasn't popping up on stream over here. Um, but I used to have a friend that had a Nintendo 64, and I would always come over to his place, and we would play it. I had the PlayStation. He had the Nintendo 64. So that was how we did it. I would play N64 games on his, and he would play PS1 games on mine, or PS2 games at times too. Fuck! Be gone, you slugs! Yeah, I had the PS1. I also had the Xbox, but I don't think I had the Xbox first. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. That was my dream as a young lad. I never had a PS1, but I always definitely wanted the mini one with the built-in screen. Oh, the PSP. I had the PSP and I loved it. There's this Dragon Ball game and this Tekken fighting game that I used to play all the time. I actually had so much playing them. That just brought back so many good memories. My dad, however, was like, this is the future. PSP is going to change the world with how they handle movies and DVDs. And I was like, are you sure about that? I mean, they're cool and all, but I don't really want to watch a movie on this PSP on such a small screen. But they were actually onto something. Because that's when, like, people were like, you can watch movies on small screens. And it spread, I think, to Apple. Apple had the idea. What was first? I don't even remember what was first anymore. Getting older. Shin Budokai PSP was probably my favorite. It was so fucking fun. They had that one character, Jamemba, just something. And he was so cool. So I didn't even know who he was. Because the movie wasn't even released yet at that time. But the character was in the game. And I was like, this guy's the coolest looking guy I've ever seen in my entire life. This guy is who I aspire to be. And he was a fucking villain. It was ridiculous. Or portable if you had a power supply, yeah. The PS1 had a portable screen for the tiny PS1. Oh! Oh, I never saw that. I never knew that. Oh, actually, no, I do remember that. There's someone that had that, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. I do remember that, actually. I take it back. I remember that. Played off in my mom's car, off the cigarette lighter. Oh my god, using the cigarette lighters to play games. That also brings back memories. Yeah, no, PSP, thinking about it, they did a lot of cool fucking shit. It's just, they were too early. Honestly. Or, like, it was too early, so, like, not everything was ready to be adopted. And as a result, they're also using older tech, like smaller disc. Cool and all, but who the fuck is gonna buy smaller disc just to watch a movie when they can just buy a DVD? Like, it didn't make sense logically that way either. So that's where they fucked up. But they were onto something, and I think other companies are like, oh, these guys are onto something. Let's just implement it. Basically, yeah. The PSP Go that was all digital and had built-in memory? Yeah, that'll never take off. Yeah, literally never take off. And look at it now. Oh my god. Can I can't. There has to be an easy way to jump over there. I'm gonna try one more time and then look properly. But But no, I have to admit, I mean, during that age though, I think wasn't Sony known for always being ahead of the curve? They were the first ones to do like the plasma TVs, I think. Like the big HD TVs that weren't huge giant boxes. All right, I'm a fucking idiot. Let's see. Can I go there from a different route? Is there like a hole there? I don't think there is. I think I'm just supposed to make that jump. Maybe there's an easier way to make the jump though. Maybe I can jump at something else. That and Sony never got the hang of making big budget portable games, no matter how good the system was. Yeah, that's the thing. They made games that, unfortunately, they weren't bad games, but they just were too close to being a proper console game, while missing content from a proper console game. So you know what I mean? Like, for example, there's this one game. I don't remember what it's called. I'll just bring up the Budokai Tenkaichi DBZ stuff. The DBZ PSP game was really fun, but it lacked a lot of content that if you just bought it on the PS2 instead, actually had. And it just made the game that much more funner. So then it was kind of this thing where you were playing... Why would you be playing the PSP one, which was like $40 at the time anyways to get a game, instead of just buying the $50 one for the PlayStation 2 and getting like so much more worth for your buck? And I get it. I get the oh my god, I'm so fucking bad. I get the logic behind it, but it was always like too close to being a console game, but never far enough to just be a good, proper portable game either, because that's the thing that Nintendo figured out really well early on. Don't know how they did it, but they figured it out really, really fucking early. Yeah, that's true. Sony has no real mascot, does it? It still does. Does Sony actually have a mascot? I don't think it does, right? I can't think of anything. Let me see if I can appropriately scale this fucking mountain differently here. Hardcore parkour this shit. There we go. There was indeed a different path, and I figured it out. I would have loved Daxter from the PSP, the Jackson Daxter spinner, if it brought more content. That was the biggest problem. The gameplay was good. I'm not saying the gameplay wasn't good. Like, graphics on the PSP, I remember, were still really fucking cool. Like, holy shit. It's kind of actually really amazing. But the biggest problem was the lack of content. That was the thing. All their games had a lack of content. Like, even the Tekken games, it's like, yeah, it's cool, but you're missing, like, so many fucking characters. Is it even really worth it? Kratos, I think, might be their mascot right now. Like, their big flagship. Kratos is literally the reason why I bought a PS4, actually. God of War is the reason why I bought a PS4. Though Elden Ring was why I wanted to buy a PS5. Elden Ring and Demon's Souls is why I wanted to buy a PS5. But I couldn't get a PS5, so I still don't have one. I would like one, but that's still out of my my ballpark, truthfully. What the fuck are these things? Those look like those frogs in Dark Souls. It's 2 a.m. Good night, Hitsu in chat. Good night, Ray. Thank you for stopping by. If you guys don't know who Ray is, please actually stop by Ray's channel. They are a wholesome person, fantastic, and we love them. We had a good time on their stream anniversary the other day. They make webtoons, or they're trying to make a webtoon, but it's a lot of work making webtoons. But stop by their channel, because they've made some of the emotes that we have on stream. Like Hitsuga. I don't know why that was the first emote that came to my fucking mind, but it was. You don't think it's worth getting a PS5? I mean, I wanted to get it for Demon Souls remake, Dark Souls, and eventually God of War as well. I know it's not worth it, but I wanted to get it. But it was just so hard getting one, so now I'm just kind of hoping that it'll get better if I just don't buy it right away. Bitch, come over here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just a dork VTuber. Don't make me sound cooler than what I am. You've made emotes for me. You are all immensely already very cool. Do not lie. Yeah, and by the way, dorks are appreciated in this here channel. So, get wrecked. Especially if you guys want to dub me the king of dorks. I still haven't fully accepted that title, by the way. That's just something you guys have said. A bonfire, maybe? I'm hoping. Sony's moving into the present year and porting all the good games to PC now anyways. That's smart of Sony, I think. Sony needs to, I feel like. Bitch! I saw him there and I still took that. Massive L on my part. All other games are on PS4. Well, yeah, I wanted it specifically because of Demon Souls, and I was like, oh, I can probably play Elden Ring on it too. But then I just got a really new PC, and I was like, I'll just use this for Elden Ring. But I'm just saying, initially, I wanted a PS5 for those games. Returnal? I don't even know what game that is. So, I guess that's a sign. Remember when Sony tries to make a Smash clone, but it didn't work? They did? They did? What? I remember when Universal Studios are trying to do it with a fucking Bugs Bunny and Superman and all that fun jazz. Shaggy and Scooby-Doo. I don't know, that's a thing. Ichimonji! Oh, and that's another game I wanted to play. Ghost of Tsushima. You know, I do remember that. That's so fucking random. This guy's like tall. Oi. This is kind of a cool spot. Okay. No, I'll get ported 100%. You know what kind of games I do miss? Games like Time Crisis. Has anyone ever played Time Crisis? Those are the kind of games I miss a lot. Where are those kind of games in these day and ages? Instead of every single arcade game that comes out that's a shooter, it's so fucking boring. I want to be able to like hide and like reload and fucking that shit was so cool. That shit was so fucking cool. All the new stuff, like there's like a Halo arcade game that came out, and you don't hide once. You just take shots or try to shoot faster than they shoot you, and you don't do anything. Like Time Crisis was so fucking. Am I dead? Fuck. Time Crisis is so fucking cool. Forbidden West, but that will get ported for sure. God of War. Oh, I forgot they made a PC port. But yeah, that's kind of my point though. Like, it's nice that they do that. Bandai Namco just hides a lot of Namco old IPs that isn't Tekken. I mean, I kind of get it. Tekken is pretty pog. Tekken is hype. I just wish they gave some of these older games like the proper love and respect that it deserves. Because the games, there's a lot of games in the past that deserve respect. I better not. I got fucking poisoned. I don't know why I sounded so fucking offended like that. But I was offended. Need a new Point Blank. That was a great arcade shooter. There's a lot of them. A lot of good ones. Oh my god, I don't want to fight you. I want to find my souls, dude. Alright, where are my souls? It says it's over here in this direction. My nose gets itchy when I play this game for some reason. And I don't know why. It's not the first time, it's not the last time. It's just interesting. Fun fact, this little multi-armed dudes are classed as cursed enemies, which means you can kill them with healing spells. Wait, what? Wait, what? Multi-armed dudes. Didn't need to heal there. My heal is basically full HP. I don't want to fight you guys. Where are my souls? Oh, cringe. Oh, I remember now. I remember now. I went up. That was very close. The little guys I just killed in this swamp. I'm having a hard time remembering these little guys that I just killed. Little guys. Why am I fucking brain farting right now? I don't remember. I actually don't remember. I'm trying so hard to remember. I don't remember. How am I finding Elden Ring? I really enjoy this game. I just also am very bad at the game, as you can see by the total amount of deaths I have in said game. If I died again, oh my god, that would have been cringe. Okay. For me, it was Tuesday. What the fuck is that shit? Nah, fuck you. I ain't got time to fight a fucking fight right now. Yeah, actually no, I'm not entertaining this fight. Fuck that. I need to find me a bonfire and fast. But no, I really enjoy this game. I think it's a really fun game. If you're a fan of any of the Soulsborne games, it's definitely well worth it. The boss fights are really fun. It's also more challenging, I think, I would say, compared to the other Soulsborne games. Based on one principle, and it is the fact that enemies have delayed attack patterns. You have to be deliberate of how you move to like not get fucking cheese and stuff like that, which is really cool in my opinion. I love that concept. Is he just slowly dying? Honestly, if you could just go ahead and die for me, that'd be kind of funny. I'll stand here and I'll watch you die. I'm cool with that. I'm okay with this. Yeah, this game is delayed. There's a funny clip of it on Godric, I think his name was, where someone like animates Godric, and it's super fucking funny. and he's just holding his attack up in the sky like this, charging up his like heaviest swing, and it shows the player like trying to dodge it, and he just stands there for like a solid 30 seconds before eventually he spams all of his dodges, and then he just gets smacked afterwards. It's such a funny clip. I mean, the good thing about this game, though, you can play it at whatever pace you want. The bosses have delayed attacks, but just don't run no HP like me, and you'll make it out. Alright. Wait, did he stop poison? Come over here. Oh, this is the thing I can kill with healing spells. Don't worry, I'm just letting him die to poison. I'm cool with this too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Suffer the poison damage that's gonna build on you very soon now. Just stand there. Until how long does it take for it to tick? The fuck game? This guy's swimming in a vat of poison. Just let him die. Should I YOLO it? Don't mind if I do. Thank you very much. How kind of you. Yeah, every single major boss does have those really long delayed fucking attacks. It can be annoying, but as someone who doesn't have much HP to begin with, it's also really satisfying when I'm able to kill him. Because it feels properly earned. It's like, I learned your patterns. I learned how you fought. I actually kicked your ass. And that's what makes me happy about this game. Filthy fucking revenants. So those were the things that were attacking me. God. But is there anything like inside the building here? There's an item over there. Bro, can you stop fucking spazzing out with your... Ah, my dickwad. Scarlet Rot, my favorite. Shit. Shit. I'm fucking dead, low-key. Fuck. Hold up. I was an item that I needed. Where would I go? Not this way. Not much for sure. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Unless this flask has some healing on it. But I don't think it does. Nope. We're dead. Ah. It's one of those things. My favorite things about Demon Souls and Dark Souls, they've been doing less. But people like the action and stress in these combo mad bosses, so you know. Oh yeah, I'm not saying I'm a masochist, but I might be. No, you're not wrong there at all. It's just one of those things. But that being said, I do think the aesthetic and the vibes in this game, that part of the game, is really well done. So I can only imagine the lore of the game is probably really fucking interesting as well. Because when there's great aesthetics, I've realized with From Software, there's great fucking lore. That's been like very consistent. Which is really, really cool to me. Missed me, ya bitch. So to be fair, I think all the lore has been really good. I don't know what the Comet Azure boss melter build is. What is that? Sounds troll. Oh, did I just never go left? Did I see a hole and jump towards it? I mean, that sounds like me. You could easily see me doing some dumb shit like that. Ooh, herder, that's a hole. Bitch. Just die. I got played. Oh. No. They use a very silly spell and potion that gets it. Oh, is that the fucking Kamehameha one? The fucking never-ending blast? Is that one? That one looks so fucking troll. I saw someone do a boss with it once and I was like, damn. I want to do that. Because I have that specific here, I think, but I just don't have the this mage shenanigans to go along with it. Broke it. Oh, man, it takes me more than... I keep forgetting about you. Where are my damn souls? Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing about this game, though. You can actually do a lot of I've cheesed a couple of bosses myself, actually. There was a boss that despawned when I was out of range, and then I was like, okay, it was almost dead. I needed a break, and it just despawned because I was slightly out of range, and then I just went back and I just like full charge spammed it from behind, and it died, and I was so fucking happy. Oh, that's not the ladder I want. Sorcery is the strongest thing in game alongside bleed. Everything else pales in comparison to bleed and sorceries. That's cool. I mean, I like bleed. Yeah, any field boss can be giga cheesed, I've realized, and it's so fucking funny when it happens. I almost did it once. Or you can... I also like that it seems like a lot of characters in this game are really fleshy. Well, that's probably the reason why bleed is so effective. Actually. Oh, the fucking audacity, dude. I didn't die. Because I used my flask. Get wrecked, nerd. My flask gave me a little bit more HP. Yeah, bleed is so strong. I mean, everyone is so fucking fleshy. Did he hit me? What was that? What actually was that? He did so much damage there. no damage whenever. People on Reddit will call you degenerate for using it. Really? I had a lot of fun playing with Tsubasa. Do you remember Tsubasa? I played some of this with him the other day. Such a dumb attack. It's so funny though. Yeah, I played some with him, and he told me last time we played, we didn't know there's a mod that lets you use the fucking like infinite friend stuff or whatever, which I think is really cool. I like the way the game does it, but it's just sometimes you want to play with friends, you just want to die a lot and do troll shit with your friends. So I wish the game was a bit different in that regard. But we got invaded so many fucking times, and it was so funny. I had so much fun in that game. Hold up. Let's go up this route first. Yeah, I'm trying to I got a moon veil. I'm trying to level it up, which, considering this is a fucking... Okay. I'm gonna explain what just went through my head right there. I saw all those frozen statues. You know, the first thing I thought was fucking weeping angels, dude. And my heart, for some reason, I guess I have some slight fear of weeping angels. I didn't realize it was that bad, but my heart actually skipped a couple of beats, and I'm like... I froze for a second. I was like, holy shit, a room full of statues. Weeping angels. What the fuck? And I got like chills down my spine. What the fuck was that? That was actually kind of weird. I need intelligence. That's what I need. So let's level up intelligence. Any fear of the weeping angels is justified? I wonder if weeping angels are why I also dislike mannequins. I'm not even close. Point is though, fuck that. How much does this give me? Ooh, I might have enough. I have quite a few of these. It's kind of dumb for me to be using this right now, because I might not actually get enough here. I'm kind of being a maniac right now. But I think I have enough for another level. That's why I'm going for it. How much do I need exactly? Because I had 6,000 left over, right? This should be enough. It is enough. Poggers! One more. First episode of the reboot, Doctor Who had mannequin enemies. Did I get a fear of fucking mannequins and weeping angels from Doctor Who? Or statues? Like, don't get me wrong. I think there's something extremely beautiful about the way statues are made, especially when they look the way they do. I'm not talking about the Cristiano Ronaldo statue, whatever the fuck it was. Not that statue. No surprise that Guilty Crown took this castle on our storied sword. I can't kill these guys. I don't know what they are. But is that where I got it from? That's crazy. Crazy how we really like. Hold up a mirror. Haha, open your eyes. Gotcha. Got him. What a prank. I fucking got you, dude. Dude, these statues. If any of these statues fucking attack me, I probably would scream. I would get a jump scare. Like, if I look away from one and one just like, if they did a weeping angel trope, like this one right here, if I just walked by it and it was out of my range and all of a sudden you just hear the sound and it dashed at you, I would shit my pants. Like that. That'd be so cool. That'd be a cool Easter egg to add. Like, just one enemy even. That'd be really fucking cool. I would love that. Chris Eccleston was the best of the new Doctors, and Rose was the best companion. Changed my mind. I really liked Rose when I first watched it, but on second watch, I realized how cringy Rose was at the same time. I was like, eh, Rose is pretty cringy. I love her. She is Rose Tyler, but she's pretty cringy. Eccleston, I think, was really good. I think he deserved more seasons, but I know he didn't want to. I loved Tennant. Tennant was really cool, and I like Matt Smith's energy. But I think the thing I liked the most about Matt Smith's tenor was when you got to see all the like unique new storylines that weren't only Daleks or Cybermen, but they had a lot of really cool stuff. David Tennant had it too with like the Weeping Angels and stuff, but it suffered from production quality a little bit. But Matt Smith's time was when you got some really cool stuff. I heard, this is just me saying this, I know people were off and on about Jodie Foster as the Doctor, myself included. I gonna be honest, I thought her first season was dog shit. I gave it a proper try. Like, I really wanted to try it out. I thought it was dog shit, but apparently it gets better. She becomes more like the Doctor, which is something I am looking forward to because I plan on continuing it. I'm rewatching Doctor Who right now with Sophia, and I was like, fuck it, if we're gonna watch it, we might as well watch it, and we'll see how that goes. But I also heard there's a lot of controversial stuff that happened. I don't know too much about the details of it, but I just thought it was interesting. Man, fuck you guys. This is my neighborhood, bitch. Trying to squat up on me? Nah. Oh, Jodie Whittaker. I just said Jodie Foster. Jodie Foster's the other. My bad. My bad. That's actually, yeah, I feel so bad. The controversial stuff was just fans being idiot. And it's arguing lore for serious. Okay, so I don't know what exactly it was. I just heard there's controversial stuff. I honestly probably wouldn't care as long as the story beats were kind of good or interesting. I'd probably enjoy it. Because I actually really liked, oh man, why am I blanking on the 12th Doctor's name? Peter Capaldi. He, I thought, was fucking brilliant. I loved his shit. It took a while for me to get used to him, but after some point, I was like, holy shit, this guy's really good. Give him a proper storyline, and he'll pop off. Like, he was so fucking good. The controversy was, yeah, I know that was a huge controversy, and I also kind of felt it. I also understood it. I was like, yeah, I guess it seems kind of random that they made the Doctor a woman, but they made the Master a woman a couple seasons ago, and no one really cared. So I kind of saw this coming. It never really bothered me. But my biggest issue was that first season with her. Gonna be honest, I just didn't feel like she was the Doctor. She didn't catch those Doctor vibes. It felt like more so a story about her companions than anything else. And that was my biggest concern or issue with it. But they said, I read somewhere, they said that the following seasons she actually acts more like a Doctor than that first season, which, if that's true, I want to witness that. I want to watch it. That sounds really cool. Like, I actually do really want to watch it. And let me catch up. I want to see this thing about you guys are talking about with Rose and Tyler. I can and will roast his self-entitled ass. Rose and 10th Doctor are the worst duo. I was talking to Sophia about this. Poor fucking Mickey, guys. Can you imagine how shitty Mickey's... Like, I know he's a cool guy, and he went along with it. He dealt with all that He dealt with all that baggage quite well. But, like, imagine the kind of shit he had to go through. Poor fucking Mickey. The Doctor and Rose were so mean to him. Holy shit. Like, they were actually really fucking mean to him. Go that way, yeah. This way does not look any better because I'm currently dying to poison. Fantastic. Gangbanged, bro. Fuck it! Not now. Jump down if you dare. If you guys dare and jump down, I'll kill you there. I want to use the blood slash. That's whatever. Okay, let me find a decent place to. I love this Doctor Who talks. I want to talk more about it. Let me find a chill spot where I don't fucking instantly die real quick here. The companions did take center stage. I love Capaldi. Yeah, Capaldi and his fucking monologues were phenomenal. I actually loved him so much when he had his monologues. He was so good. Same with Matt Smith. Matt Smith did a really good job. The companions did take center stage in season 1 of her run, which was okay. I think it's fine if companions get a little bit of love, but I felt like it detracted so much from her that it never really. I didn't get a chance to even know her, and she was just introduced, especially with her being the big controversy. I thought it was a weird decision, honestly. I really just wanted to see more of her, and it was always like, and I know, I get it. I understand the Doctor is not someone that mere mortals couldn't understand. I get that concept. It's just like we as viewers, we relate to the companions because that's how we understand the Doctor, through their lens. So I get that it's not bad to know the companions. It's just it felt really weird how they approached that because we barely knew it. Yeah, Mickey got proper NTR'd. Actually, I feel so fucking bad for Mickey. Rory stood up way more with way less complaining. Yeah, Rory, however, Rory was fucking fantastic. I fucking love Rory. I can't wait to rewatch Rory because he was one of my favorites. Actually, one of my favorites. Imagine spending a year of your life being accused of murder, and the person turns up saying you being mad is wrong. Possessive boyfriend who doesn't want his GF to go for friends. IRL bastard misogynist. Possessive boyfriend who doesn't want to. Poor Mickey. Wait, did Mickey and forgot her name, the other companion? You guys know which companion I'm talking about. Did they become friends? Oh, that's fucking cringe. I mean, I don't have souls like that. So it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to fight him properly. What the fuck, this guy? Alright, it's like that. Do they really? We're not at the point where I think it'll happen. We're like near the end of season 4. And we stopped. We stopped a little bit. So I don't remember, but that's interesting. That's why I liked Eccleston. It makes sense the Doctor would be thoroughly annoyed with most humans after many that. Oh no, I get it. He made a lot of sense. That's why I liked Capaldi so much. I think he also carried some of that old like I'm older, and I think you guys are fucking idiots vibes. But let's be real. We all know the reason why romance became a thing and why the Doctor was young. They did it specifically because that was great for numbers, great for viewership. Let's be real. They were like, romance is hot. We need it. I wish they had kept that character. 10 and 11 were too human. 10 and 11 were very human, but I didn't mind 10 and 11. As I got older, I think I would have appreciated to see that side of them that was like a proper Time Lord. Like, you know when David Tennant had those moments where he was like, oh yeah, he's reminiscing about fucking being a Time Lord. Those moments were so rare, but they were so charmful. They were so good, honestly. I really loved those moments. But we didn't get to see enough of that. Like what's the one with the family that chased him, and the doctor became John Smith for a bit with the chameleon thing. Like, that episode was really cool. Yeah, Capaldi had that balance. He had that balance, and that's when I realized I really like Capaldi's character. Especially when he's like being a proper like lecturer. He's like, listen, you fucking idiots. This is war we're talking about here. Blah, blah, blah. And he went on his monologues. Loved him. Hacking Dork. Hey, Kat, what's up? How are you? Oh, yeah, the doctor. But that's what I mean, though. They definitely made the doctor have a taste for young, attractive girls being a playboy. They made that a thing intentionally just because viewership numbers. Let's be real. They just wanted... Why am I even trying to fight this guy? Alright, that's him done. It'd be like a human falling for a chimp. Welcome to 18 to 35-year-old males have a similar attraction. Yeah, I was never comfortable with the 1,000-year age difference. But let's be honest, the one thing, it just sold. Romance sells. That's what that whole entire ordeal was. We all know why it happened. It wasn't necessarily that it just made more sense. It's just it was easier to just sell it. I hate the fucking one guy on the side. When is the enemies to lover arc for Doctor / Master? That's gonna happen. I feel like the Doctor and the Master are gonna get it on. Like, they're gonna be the next new thing. Capaldi and Missy fucked for sure. Like, I know that's gonna be a thing now. And because there's like that sexual tension between them, we might never get a Doctor and Master that are the same gender ever again. I was thinking about this the other day. Getting demolished by mosquitoes? Yeah. Well, no, I don't know why. The tip of my nose itches when I stream. Last time I streamed, it did the exact same thing, but it has not been a thing for the past while. Maybe talking. I'm about ready to commit what the fuck? Nande? Doshite? Yamete? But no, I eventually I will give Jodie Whittaker the proper watch that she deserves. Capaldi took me, like I said, Capaldi took me a season as well before I got used to it. fucking racist, by the way. Oh my god, this fucking teamwork is ridiculous! Yeah, give Jodie a chance. Her first season isn't that bad. It's been one of my favorites of the reboot series. I think there's... Yeah, I want to give her a proper chance, because I did give her a chance. I did watch. I was trying to watch each episode when it came out. But then I was just kind of like, why do these stories feel so bland? And why do I barely get any Doctor? All I'm getting is her companions, which I liked her companions. Don't get me wrong. I don't need the souls anyways. But there was just something about it. And I maybe it's just I wasn't fully used to her. That could be a thing as well. There's a chance I wasn't fully used to her. Because Capaldi took me a season, basically. So maybe that's what I needed. To just get used to her. But either way, I'll have to give it a try again. It's not nice. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. Just get some sleep. Also, hey Tally, what's going on? Yeah, that sounds like a very bad thing to do. Committing mass genocide. Don't know if I would recommend that to the general public. Fucking idea. Oh, you're getting bit by mosquitoes. I thought you were talking about me itching my nose constantly. As I played Total Warhammer a lot. It makes sense. Have my peaceful rage cooling sleep. Don't worry. Watch my stream and eventually you'll pass out. Is it too hot? If you're getting bit by mosquitoes, actually, fucking get them out. Do you have any bug spray? I get bit by mosquitoes a lot. I react really badly to mosquitoes. I need a way to kill the fucking horse guy before I can fight this guy. If I can't kill him, I can't. Gonna get some food and relax. Nice seeing you again. He said, no, thank you again so much for that raid. I appreciate it. It's nice chatting with you again. I'd love to see you more. I want to have movie nights again. If you're curious about that, please hang out and join us. But Tally, since you're here, could you shout out everyone? Starting with JT, since JT rated, and also Hound, even though Hound is sleeping. That'd be very nice. Also, I need to get a bot that works properly. I have an idea. I have an idea. Sure, I'll use that bow. I don't really care about the bow. What's a sneeze? About the next best thing? What are you gonna do? Huh? Oh, am I supposed to put it in this spot or something? What do you mean? Bitch! Bitch, I play Valorant! Don't do this to me! Alright, there we go. Got a stupid attention. Yes, I hear you yelling, you fucking maniac. I fucking fell down, dude. I mean, don't shout me out. Shout Sophia out, but don't shout me out. Break their limbs and wings and watch them suffer for a long time. Okay. No comment. No comment though. No, Valorant, I quite enjoy Valorant. And I realized something. I miss my friends, but I noticed a lot of people are playing Valorant again. So I had this idea. If people are playing Valorant again, if anyone wants pointers, feel free to ask me, because I actually used to coach. Had a couple of coaching sessions done in Valorant. There we go. Oh, there we go. Actually, you know what? Fuck that up. Shot me, I haven't shooting 3.5 years since from this account when I did. I'm kind of using Valorant as like a waiting game for Overwatch 2. I'll play Overwatch 2 for sure. I've been playing Gundam. Oh my god, I dropped an 80 bomb today on Gundam Evolution. That made me so happy. If you guys don't know what Gundam Evolution is, it's basically Gundam, but Overwatch. There's no other way to really word that better. And I've absolutely loved it. Battle Pass locked heroes. No. 110 more deaths and I'll spell 99 more deaths now. Gundam Evolution? I haven't had any issues with it. It can feel a little bit clunky, I guess, but I haven't had, like, issues. Bro, I couldn't roll. He jumps so far. But no, I was playing Sniper in Gundam Evolution, and I was just Sniper. I think is so fucking broken in Gundam Evolution. You shoot their heads, and they're basically either downed, or they're super close to death. Does it require you to like properly shoot their heads? Yeah, sure. I suppose, as does anything, but like it's so strong, and I was just hitting these headshots, and it felt so good. Oh, I fucked that up. These guys could just walk over here. That'd be also Pog. The Gundam Evolution game? Or the sniping? Or Overwatch 2? I can understand this guy, but he gives me like no room, no breathing space. Kind of cringe. Lots of MT micro. Wait, what's MT? Yeah, it's a free game. There's gonna be plenty of microtransactions for fucking sure. That's not even a surprise. I'd put arrows in. I fucking missed? Whatever, that worked. Did it not? He reacted to it. Oh, that's fucking racist. I know you can... There you go. The premium seat? Oh, no shot. The thing that like I find kind of concerning right now is that you can't fucking hold up. He gives you no time. No time to, like, do anything. Dickhead. Yep, premium expires after 120 days of not using it. Oh, that's fucking cringe. My only goal is to just... I mean, it's not going to be a game I play. I'm going to be honest. There's no competitive future for Gundam Evolution. There's just not a big enough market for Gundam in general in the West. But on top of that, I just don't think it'll be competitively viable. Is it fun? It's a lot of fun. Will I play ranked a bit? Probably. It's not going to be, like, insane though. Maybe in Asia, I could see it being a thing, but... that's besides the point. Yeah, it seems like a fun arcade game to play for a few weeks, which it is for me. It's basically... a way to pass the time. It made me happy that I dropped an 80 bomb in it, but it's still at the end of the day kind of an arcade game. Did I miss? Did I aim backwards? I'm pretty sure I could have one-shot him there. I'm pretty sure I could have one-shot him there with like a full L1 combo, and then I like fucking aim backed. Kinda. I just want to kill him once. Properly. I don't even know why I'm trying. I'm not even sure if I even need to. That's the thing. But he took my souls, and I want it back. Basically, I would have one-shot him if I just didn't fucking miss that one time. Got him! That's all I got out of it, but I got him. I guess. Woo! How many deaths was that? That was quite a few. Where the hell do I go now? Is what? I feel a... The respawning enemies? No shot that these guys respawn. That can't be right. That can't be allowed. Oi! You fall off, dickhead. That's not my problem. What the fuck? That's so cheesy. What the fuck? But yes, if anyone wants like proper Valorant tips or anything like that, like I said, I used to do coaching. And I'll totally do a VOD review for fun. Maybe even on stream. That could be fun. Like going through a VOD with someone on stream and be like, alright, here's what you did wrong. Here's what I really liked. And that could be fun. Just something random. Yeah, he got angry at me punching. Fucking Nini. I got poisoned? How? How in the world did I just get poisoned there? I see the item now, though. Whatever that is. My best tip for Valorant is that you should reduce your enemy's HP to 0 before they can reduce your HP to 0. Do that, and you'll survive through all the elos that the game has to offer. Hey. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. It's just a... Oh my god, it's just a smithing stone. Nani? The fact that I actually died and was kind of on beat. That was kind of troll. Give us Gamba. I need more channel points. I mean, if you guys have ideas, let me know. Because eventually I want to implement some sort of like Dio time stop Zawardo kind of shenanigan, but I haven't been able to yet. I have an idea of how I want to do it, but I'm not sure how to properly make it function yet. Dickhead. This is my town. Oh, I know where this is, actually. This is where the dude's like, yeah, being cringe. Alright, so that's this place. That's all this place has to offer. Minus maybe that thing. How the fuck do I get up there? Oh my god. That could be a fun redemption, actually. Not like that many points, but like for this many hours, learn fucking Norwegian, you idiot. That could be a fun one. Let me close that. There we go. That'd be a fun one. I'd like that one. Doug did some very fun videos. He did turn-based strategy games against chat, and the whole game was run by a novel AI. Nani? Or like double points for another language. I mean, it'll probably be Nihongo, just to refresh my Nihongo, because I've definitely been noticing that I've been losing it. I don't know who Doug is. I'm sorry. That sounds interesting though. Turn-based strategy game. His grandma streams give me life. As you may or may not know, I've been out of the space for quite a while. And as such, there's many things that are lost to me. America! Well, the idea is, it makes this... I'll explain the Dio idea. It makes the sound, Zawardo! And then there's like a spreading screen effect with like the colors and the different time frames. And at some point, I freeze frame everything that you see on stream. So I probably have to implement some sort of screenshot of the stream at that specific moment and use that screenshot as a way to continue. And then, yeah, I don't know how to properly do it yet. Trolls him constantly. That's a good chat. When I was like, every time he says dragon, the game spawns 10 dragons. What? That sounds ridiculous. I love it. I love it. But yeah, I could implement that though. Fucking language. Practice the languages that you're supposed to be learning, like Norwegian, or improve your Nihongo, because you're forgetting words and kanjis and all kinds of different things. Did you just pierce me, sir? Oh, what's the lore reason exactly for humans not being humans in this game? Oh, you a strong one. I mean, why do they look undead? Why does that guy look fucking undead? Even though he's a human. That's what I'm implying. Oh, they are undead. Oh! I see. That's crazy. It's literally impossible to permanently die at this current time. You know, fuck that. I don't want to deal with you right now. Not just tarnished? Okay. Because I know there was that one, like, waifu lady that would hug you. She came back to life. I don't know where she went. Last time I played, she was in the game. Now she's not. I don't know what happened to her. Perfumer's Cookbook. Huh. That was a drop and I took no damage for that. That was kind of cool. I think I can sneak up on him. Ah, bitch! 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 Bitch, 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 bitch! Dickhead! Gold Firefly. To short an incredibly long bit of lore, the Elden Ring is the embodiment of the order and the lands between. It is comprised of runes that represent different archetypal concepts, and the rune that represent death has been sealed away. So, it's like basically saying, what would happen if the Grim Reaper stopped reaping? It's the kind of gist of this. And we're trying to find the seal for death or something? I'm not sure what we're doing. Oh, this motherfucking enemy. Doing his rounds. Bless. Ichimonji! Ichimonji means nothing to a couple of doggos. I mean, that's the Dark Souls games, though. I guess that's true of Bloodborne as well. Those have to be the worst enemy in this game. Harder than any boss. Yeah, you get ganked by a couple of dogs, then it's over. You're dead. I swear to God, if I die and lose my souls before I swear to God, doggos! And Bloodborne, and Demon, and Elden Ring. I guess. Dog's my biggest fear. I can't even look at an eye-rolled dog anymore because of this game. I can. These dogs are scrawny and bony, and the other dogs have big heads. I've never seen a dog like that. Not here. I hope I never see. I hope I never have to see a very skinny dog. That'd be really sad, actually. Wait, what? Wait, what? Does this go through the wall? Come here! Get over here! Take those! Make sure you don't fucking gangbang me. Has that guy gone mad? Why is he attacking something randomly? Is there something there that I just don't know about? Also, hey Nalek, I'm not sure if I said hi. Hello. Nice to see your face. Hope you're doing well. That's such a cool attack still. So basically, I'm safe. That was funny. I knows a lot about an enemy location when they're off screen and lose tracks because the dogs move so much. Someone suddenly lose track, it just respawns on your head. Oh, so it actually does just fucking appear out of nowhere. Okay, I'm gonna attack randomly, see if I can see anything here, because that person was just attacking blindly. Any of you guys a weeping angel? Tell me now. don't like no fucking weep. That'd be such a cool Easter egg. If I made a game like this, and I had permission to, I'd probably make an enemy like that. What the fuck is that sound? Can I fight someone here? Alright, got it. Progress. So I noticed. Is that dog attacking me? How about no? He saw me! We take those. Even if I have no more fucking heals. Probably Dark Souls 2, since there's an angel statues all over the place in the game. If you manage to get one of the clean rot knights to drop off the offense they have all the time, try it out. It's one of the best weapons in the game. Let me see if I have it. And that's the longest one. I probably don't have it. Godskin Stitcher. I have this. See the fucking skill though. No, not that. That's Godskin Peeler. I want to see the Stitcher. If I were a Stitcher. I need Arcane for this guy. What's that one? What the fuck just happened? Did I just get buffed? I lost it. Interesting. Wait, what is it? Am I fucking blind? Clean raw night sword. Clean raw night sword. On this one? That one, right? There's the Stitcher. Not be worth anything upgraded, but an excellent weapon. Alright, right. If I wanted to upgrade it, basically. That's good to know, though. Oh, is there gonna be a boss fight here? This looks like it's the start of a boss fight. I use 4 of them: frostbite, bleed, poison, and normal. It's very rude build in PvP. This is a boss fight. Well, I have no flask, no mana worth a damn, and some souls. YOLO. Come on, Elmer! Please tell me I spawn like right at the top. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, I do. Bless the fucking heavens. Dude, he one-shots me. Wait, he one-shots me. Hold up. Wait. Fuck. Okay. I mean, it's not a bad thing. I wish, this is completely random, there's some caves in this game where you have to walk fucking forever to get to the damn fight once you die. I wish the bonfire or the statue, whatever, was literally right outside like this. That'd be so fucking nice. Motherfucker sucked my ass! Hitsu, what was that? What was that, Hitsu? I can say some pretty sus things now and then. I didn't want those souls anyways, honestly. I'm not even like dodging. This guy is... Yeah, those souls were distracting me. I survived the hit though, huh? But yeah, I did 18 damage that time. Progress. Alright, we'll get this. We'll get this. I'll go naked if I have to. Koi! You're a fucking Jedi! Holy shit! Ah! Jedi. I just got Darth Vader. Do you want to heal? No, no, bitch, no. What the fuck? Okay, hold up. I'm gonna change this to lower equip load. See if I can survive without armor. Because I want to be able to use this. See if I can try the stagger trick. Because that worked out there. And he's not a Jedi. I take it back. He's a fucking Sith Lord. That dude was a Sith Lord that round. He showed me what life was really all about. Ah! I don't live this no matter the armor. That kills me. Hits like a dozen times for 0.8x of the weapon attack power. Stupid damage. That sounds kind of bust. This is a fun fight. I love and hate this boss so much. This man said, "You heard of Darth Vader? I taught him." This is actually Darth Plagueis. It all makes sense now. Full circle. I didn't roll. Ugh. Damn. This is a fun boss fight though. Like when he pulled out the flying swords, that felt so fucking hype. I trolled. That one I would survive with armor, I think. I would survive that one with armor. I would survive that one with armor. I'm not sure which one does more deep. I need to pay attention to the numbers. See if I'm doing more damage with my armor off or if I should just keep my armor on. Risk the heavier roll for a bit. And then go. Oh, that's so fucking cool, dude! That's so fucking cool. I'm trolling. I'm not using my flask anymore like that. Use my flask at the start. Don't be an idiot. I want that. Is that an arcane move? Is that an intelligence move? That looks so cool. I want that. Oh. I wasn't sure what he was doing. I thought he was just pulling out his shield. I forgot he had a ground pound. If you're gonna stay on base HP, it's probably a good idea for you to seek out the Opaline bubble tier. What does that do? Do I have it? Because I'm drinking one that gives me a bit more HP. But I'm not sure if that's what it is. 2 gold PCs. How do I check that? How do I check my tiers? Oh, Crimson, Crystal, Cerulean, Green Spill, Speckled, Hard Tier, Ruptured, Cerulean. Nope, don't have it. Want it to almost 0? Oh. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds really good, actually. This flask I use for charge attacks for staggers. This is my stagger one. Oh, I couldn't roll fast enough. The full charge attack won't. Okay, so he'll recover that first attack faster than I can do a full charge. That's fine. If I get lucky and he just stands there, then I can go for a second charge and stagger him. But he will recover first. That's really good. A single-use bubble shield. That might be worthwhile. I have to go find that. I'm not sure where I would find that, but I have to go find that. I don't know why I rolled there. I wasted a roll. I can do this. I can do this. It might honestly be better for me to run the armor, I think. And just risk the slow here. How right, and if I do it now? Right. So I'm a bit slower. That's fine. Enhance charge spells and skills? What's this? I do less damage, but I can roll fast. Huh? Alright, so it's I've gone past it before. Probably. Fuck! I could have just attacked him. There's also the uplifting aromatic perfume, which is a craftable consumable with a similar, less pronounced effect. Ah, that alchemy. You're trying to bait me into becoming one of those mad alchemists. No, sir. Won't work on me. Okay. We'll try this attempt. I think we can survive an actual hit and still do proper damage. So it's a fucking drill! I thought it was the thrust, but it's a drill! I thought I dodged that first frame until it drilled my ass. Oh my god. That's insane. Wait until I start trying to get you to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Put that lantern on for special effects. Makes the fights look a little bit more high quality, if you know what I mean. Honestly, I don't know why I lag like that. That's my yeah, it's my RTX lantern. That's exactly what it is. It really lights up the area. Alright. The question is, can I stagger him again afterwards? That I don't know. I need to like... My brain turned off. I saw it coming. I didn't even process it. The speed of that in my head was fucking impossible to beat in my head. I was just like, I don't know. That was insane. Kind of crazy. Is my brain lagging? I just took that hit. Eight more attempts, you said. 8 attempts later. I'm fucking trolling. I just trolled like 4 deaths. I'm trolling. I have an excess of faith in you, apparently. I am mentally confused. Clearly. Maybe I just sip a little bit more water. There we go. Stretch the fingers. Massage the brain. And there we go. It'll work out now. Okay. This boss is really cool, though. Remember my tip? Yeah. You're right. Make him 0 before he makes me 0. Dude. It's not changing for me. Is that what's going on? Am I lagging because the weapon isn't changing? Or am I just... I'm pressing it. I'm pretty sure I'm pressing it. I think I was just lagging there mentally. Or something. Because it should have changed right away as soon as I was done with it. Alright, I'm focused now. Exactly how I wanted to play that, but it's okay. You know what? He delayed it. It wasn't a fluke last time. He actually just delayed it. He can delay that attack. Okay. Better. Much better. Much better. I don't know what I was doing earlier. That was much better. Alright, now I just don't int myself mentally, and then we're good. I'm wondering if I can maximize the DPS if I dual wield instead of what I'm doing here. Was I trolling? I think I got hit, right? I got hit and then it became like a panic for heal. I panicked for heal. Because I got the second knives ready. The second Gilgamesh swords ready. But then I got scared. Let's see if I can stagger him this way. Okay, I didn't know he could do that. I didn't know he could do that. I mean, I did know he could do that. I just didn't remember that he could do that. That was the fiver combo. Every once in a while, I'll think he's gonna do it. That's something I like about this game as well. They'll change it up. What looks like a 3-hit combo is actually a 5-hit combo. And then it's just like you just gotta react. And my brain did not react. I committed to the 3-hit combo in my head. I could have swung at him. instead of healing. I could have swung at him. You have a crafting kit. At some point, it's just gonna click. At some point, it's gonna click in my stubborn head. The stop healing. I haven't had a proper boss fight in a while, so I feel this tendency to just want to panic heal. And I think it's because I've started this area in Poison Swamp, so I feel like this constant urge to want to heal when I probably don't even need to. That's fucking good. I saw the shield. I knew what he was doing. I rolled too early, and then it was over. Much better. If I can avoid getting hit entirely during like that little second phase, after you get him half HP, I might be able to stagger him again. Also, I can't kill him unless I do the full, or I can't stagger him right away unless I do the full two-handed version. It takes 3 hits instead of 2. This fucking... Okay, so that's what's happening. I get the second swords up. I'm ready, except I'm not ready. I'm not ready, and I get hit right afterwards. That's what's going on there. Oh, but we're getting better now. I'm thinking again. My brain is thinking. It weren't so easy for me to just get one shot all the damn time. Yeah, I tried to critical attack there, and I couldn't. Instead, I just went for a regular attack. That was just probably misinput. I think I went for, yeah, I tried and I just didn't. That's probably what it was. I thought I reset it though. It was a regular swing. But I think it's still registered because of like a distance as like a regular attack. You know what? That's cringe. I didn't have the stamina for that. I don't have the stamina. I know it has to be an R1. I just ran out of stamina. And I don't remember why I was out of stamina. I tried to get another like hit in. I try to get another hit in just so I can like get a little bit more DPS out and then go for the critical. But I was out of stamina there. here. Bitch. I was waiting for that shield attack that entire time. I wanted to see him do the explosion shield attack so I can set up the magic swords because they apparently do shit ton of stagger damage. That worked out. That worked out. Oh, there's blood in my fucking helmet. That's so cool. Yeah, the striker stat works. I just needed to not get hit like an idiot. Because when I got hit like an idiot is when I was panicking and I tried to heal. When I didn't really need to, I probably could have killed him a couple times there if I just didn't heal and tried to fight instead. But I definitely panicked for sure. Is there any items here? Is killing him it? Is that the end of this area? 8, 16, what's the difference? Same thing, considering half of those was me literally turning my brain off. I don't think this is enough. Maybe. That's 3,300. That might be enough. I'm not sure how much I need. It is exactly enough. Oh, meaning I can use the moon. Oh, it's 23. Fuck me. Is that the end of this area, though? Is there anything more here that's worthwhile? This really seems like that's the end of it. Bruh. Bruh. Switch the 2 moon veils. I mean, Meteoric Blade does a surprising amount of damage, I feel like. The special isn't really anything too special. Like, it's cool and all. That is like a gravity suck-in thing. But I feel like... What the fuck? Oh, that's racist. And you know it. You know that was not okay. Fuck you. Where's this exactly? Oh, this is over here. So I'm done with this area then, basically. I can't think of anything else that I could have wanted to do here. But Moonveil's too good. I saw Moonveil once, and when I realized they could get to good Tensho in this game, I knew what had to be done. I had to. I don't really care that I'm poisoned right now. I just want to find a way out, really. The guts vibe. Oh my god, what? Gnarly. So fucking gnarly, dude. You're so gnarly. Big sword is good. Big sword is best. Alright, this led to the other thing. Is there really nothing else here? Is it just the boss? Do you guys know? Because it felt like there would be more here, but I guess that might just actually be it. Doesn't seem like it. Like there's anything, unless there's like a hidden wall or something somewhere. But that seems very situational too. The most berserk, yeah. Considering he's already a huge Berserk fan, that is saying something. Come at me, sir. I dare. There's a ladder there. I don't need it. There's a ladder there. Interesting. You can even find the corpse pit from the manga somewhere. Wait, no shot. Alright, I guess that's this spot. It's a fun spot, for sure. But I knew it was an optional spot. Actually, I want to try out the new sword we got. We got one, didn't we? From the guy that we just killed? Or was it? This one? Uh-oh. There's this one. Which I need Arcane to use! I'm not a Jedi! Oh, that's so cool! Man, that's it though? How do I do the other attacks too? The fact that I just did no damage. That's funny. Okay. Even names like Windhammer used in multiple places. I think I saw a Windhammer earlier. I remember seeing one. I guess that's that spot. Where am I exactly now? We got the Moon Veil. That's what this was. That was part of last stream. I forgot where the Moon Veil was. I remember we found this spot not too long ago. And there is a boss out here, which maybe we can go for. Let's see. Maybe not as well. Maybe not as well. There's literally lore about a group of slave soldiers, slash mercenary called the Falcon Hawks. Really? You can cheese this boss? Oh, you can? Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Hit and run tactics. That's a cheesy hitbox. You can also shoot spells at him through the door if you're made aware that he has a very high damage ranged attack. Makes sense. Makes sense. But the timing of that fucking redemption, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll just let the redemption play, whatever. To the fucking thing, like doing the ranged attack, the shout, freaked me out. Oh, should I give this guy Death Fruit? I don't know what Death Fruit does. I really don't know. I wish he'd talk to me, and the definition doesn't really help. Yes? Fuck it. Have all my Death Fruit.
I smell it. Death. Feeding me.
How are you doing, by the way, Neo? What's going on this lovely night?
Punished. Bring more deaths. I shall grant thee eye and claw.
That is so itchy.
Feed me more.
Clawmark Seal, Beast Eye. Oh, okay. Sure. What's up? Fucking camera boss. Why are you so damn handsome? Oh my god. You're a dirt. Camera bosses are also a thing in Elden Ring, I've realized. There's a lot of, not even like dragons, but just a lot of tall standing creatures that are a pain in the ass to fight against. Yeah, camera is the final boss for sure. Do you like that redemption, by the way? That's one of my favorite ones. The punching one. Oh, look, I want to find another version of it. There might be. I added the Ora one, which I also really enjoy, but I think I'm gonna cut down the Ora version because the one that we have right now, although it's fun to play along with, it's kind of long. So I might just lower that one a bit. I'll give it a couple more tries, and then I'm gonna stop on this one because this guy one-shots me properly, regardless of what I do. I mean, I can cheese him, but I do want to properly fight him. Oh. He does the Ornstein attack. What does this do? I'm scared. Oh, yeah. Oh. This is actually one of the easier gargoyles. I mean, it seems just based off of that, I kind of get his pattern. It's just he has some really annoying camera shit. The hitboxes are capped. I think there's also some wonky hitboxes as well. You're not wrong. Yeah, I'll do this one another time. So there's more of these guys? Fantastic. That's what I wanted to hear. I thought it was like a cool area boss. He's just a nobody that spawns. He probably doesn't even drop me anything worthwhile. Let's go to the main city then. Main capital. Also, how are you doing, Second? What is going on? Neo, since you're here as a mod, could you shout out Second and yourself? That'd be pretty pog. The audacity. Torches, dude, damn it. This hitbox is bullshit. He just hit me from behind, dude. Actually, bullshit. Torches are bullshit. And managing work is exhausting. You need a vacation. I need a vacation. And this is so itchy. Life is also exhausting. That's just how it is. How it be. Yeah, sometimes that's just how it be. But during those days, it's important to remember what it is exactly that makes us smile. Without it, shit would be chaos. I almost fell off, dude. Fire is actually incredible damage type in this game. I believe it. I used fire on this one like dangling creature inside a cave. I used fire arrows to do a shit ton of damage to it. That was nice. Had to go to a funeral. Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. Hope you're doing well, at least. I'm not sure who it was or who you were going for, but hopefully it was okay. Funerals are never easy. I fucking hate funerals. I've been to enough in my life, and I still feel like my life has only just begun, so that's kind of interesting. fall off the map. Oh, that's a interesting way to lay over and die, actually. Oh, my nose is so itchy. Basically, everything directly associated with the herb tree is weak to fire. Unsurprisingly, since it is, after all, a tree. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Is that? I want the fucking treasure. Come over here. Oh yeah, no. If it's spoily, don't mind me. I've been wondering what those trolls were. You know me, I want to figure out the lore for myself eventually. But if it's stuff like, oh, cool bosses or something in this area that I'm gonna miss out on, I do want to see those things. Like the fact that I almost missed the giant thing in the giant underground section in Dark Souls 1.
You're a tarnished.
Oh, I've talked to her before already, I think, right? Yeah, we talked to her before.
And
I should encounter it organically, the lore for the trolls. Ah, fuck. I mean, you know by now that the lore is all their free if you look hard enough. Yeah. So yeah, I don't want to know about lore stuff per se. The only thing I really care about is like cool missing items or secret areas or bosses that I haven't seen yet. Because eventually I do want to figure out the lore, though. Sometimes I do feel very lost as to where I'm actually going. Slicing shins. Yeah. So satisfying. Are we still making noises? Are you running? The secret areas in this area are almost half the map. Shit. I see. Yeah, it is a pretty big game, honestly. I don't know how many hours it's been for me. I like that it's a big game, though. I know replayability might be difficult because of the fact that it is actually a big game. But it's still pretty cool, I think, that we're able to play the game again. And there's different endings and stuff too. I want to go through all the endings at a point. Well, obviously I don't know what endings they are. I'm just assuming there are different endings because it's Souls. And, you know, Souls loves doing different endings. Different bosses for different endings. Though I didn't do it for Dark Souls 1. Oh! I thought that was a dragon or something that just flew down on me. It's just another gargoyle. Fucking A, man. You actually scared the shit out of me. Once your build comes online, it's fun again. It does suffer from the early game Soulsborne slog. Yeah, that's the only thing. But I mean, if I could power through that in a second playthrough, I don't mind leveling up HP, for example. And at that point, I'm sure the game would be a lot more enjoyable for me. I wouldn't be such a fucking masochist. Imagine playing Soul level 7 or NG plus 7, I mean, and only having default base HP. How mad would that be? How mad would that be? That'd be so fucking insane. What? What? It's so fun that you're doing base HP in this, because general community consensus is that 60 vigor is a good place to be. $60 vigor, huh? I'm rocking a solid 12. Close enough, I guess. It makes sense though. I'm reaching a part where I'm taking a lot of damage from bosses, and I can maybe skirt away if I run like give me an extra HP for an attacker, or extra HP for a flask, or rings that give me extra HP. But I'm still really pushing it, so. School of no blocks. Yes, sir. It makes a lot of sense though. This game specifically having HP for sure, I think is the way to go. I'm gonna see if I can get that thing over there. That's the way to go about it without me being seen. Yeah, you still get. That's what I mean though. Like, end game bosses, I'm gonna be playing, right? And I can already tell end game bosses are gonna be a hassle for me, because I'm literally gonna be fucking. It is one shot for me. I will get one shot. So, people are getting two shot. I will get one shot, kind of ordeal. Golden parry. Okay. Now where do I go? I guess towards the hole. Golden wind. Cha cha. Da 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 da.
I see thee, tarnished, smoldering with that wretched flame.
He's doing it! Fucking dickhead. He's not doing that much damage. I'm kind of preemptively reacting to it. Stagger him. Oh fuck. thought I could stagger him, but I was not staggering him. So, fuck stagger. We're just gonna go for pure DPS there. How in the fuck? How have I not seen him yet? But wanting to be a king really badly? You have? I have?
I see thee, tarnished, smoldering with that wretched flame of ambition.
Nice, baby. No, I'm talking about like in this area. I'm pretty sure I've walked by this area before. So bad. Didn't we kill him? He's back? Why he back? I fought like a magic version of him. Alright, I might low-key say fuck my souls here real quick. Oh, is that him?
I see thee, tarnished, smoldering with that wretched flame of ambition.
Oh, okay. This motherfucker jumped higher! He just misses me. He can delay his jump attack too, I just realized. He jumped higher than he normally did to land slightly different. That's so fucking cheeky. Hold on. So play this game, huh? I'll show him what I know. We'll show him what the Bronze Age was all about. Where's this fool?
I see thee,
So that would actually work. I could probably kill him before. That's funny. That's really funny. Wrong one. Alright, big guy. But I know it works. I know it works. So, what's my strongest bow and what's my strongest arrow? Cause I want to see if I can cheese him. That's a long bow. That's a pulley bow. That's a golem's great bow. Did I spawn in a different area? I think I did. So he's not dead. He just gets knocked out. Why is that so fucking funny to me? Dude, what? No souls, no nothing. He just dies. What? There's no way that's how that actually works. Hold up. No fucking way. Because that was so uneventful. Is he dead now? No, he's not. He's still alive.
I see thee. Tarnished. Smoldering.
Ow. I'm spam rolling. So it does work. I can just one-shot him and dip, but then I don't get anything out of it. Now what I want to figure out is if I can just beat him, does he still spawn? Because that's kind of weird. So they're projections. And this guy wants to be the king that badly. That he's like that. Kind of sus behavior, to be frank.
I see thee. Tarnished. Smoldering. Flame.
I cannot see. Oh, I do not grab my souls, I said, but runes is what I mean. Dude, I'm just spam rolling. It worked. The spawn camping worked. I one-shot him. It worked. Too bad it doesn't give me anything, so I don't know if it's supposed to give me anything. Too close. Ow. Bro! Nande! Nande nande! Why am I just spam rolling when I see him? Why am I a spam roller now? I'm just a filthy spam roller. He dodged it! I fell in the hole. He had the high ground. He had the high ground. I see that little tarnished. It's almost, oh god. Why is he so mean to me? I just want to be loved. Okay. It's his way of showing love. Not surely.
I see thee, tarnished, smoldering, wretched flame.
Yeah, baby. He jumped a lot higher than I wanted him to. Dickhead. He's not there in general. He's there specifically for you. Don't you feel special? Kind of, but can he not?
I see thee, tarnished, smoldering, wretched flame of ambition.
Yeah, baby. Dude, these holes are so fucking cringe. I rolled into a hole and then I got stuck by terrain. Ugh. You guys are dorks. You guys are such dorks. Oh my god, you guys are such dorks.
See thee, tarnished, smoldering, wretched flame.
Nice. Nice, nice. Dagger strat. Dagger strat. Get fucked, ya bitch. Now, where are my souls? Did I lose my souls? Greatly raises maximum stamina. Fuck it. And I'm here, both her and me. These are dorks. I love you guys. I miss you guys a lot. Last time I was 500 short. I'm probably short now. I'm 84 short. I'm not even that short. I think there's someone around here I can kill, right? You should be worth 84. Yep. I'm freed from Dark Souls 3. This boss is freed on crack and steroids. I mean, freed was fun. It hurt, but she was fun. I'll give her that. What's up, Melina? Long time no see, girl!
Spoken echoes linger here. Words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. If you wish,
My face can stop being so itchy, though.
I will share them with you. In
Sure.
Marika's own words. Hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god, but should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices.
So TLDR, she basically said I have to do something with my life, otherwise I will be useless. In a TLDR normal way. That's what she just said. Right. Like, I could be a lord or a god, but if not, then I'm kind of useless. I mean, I guess that wasn't really helpful. Or is that the wise words of Queen Marika? I'm supposed to go the other way though. How the fuck do I go in? Please just let me be your servant, Tarnished Kun. so kawaii desu. Hontou ni kawaii desu ne. Oh, I see now. There's a little stairwell here. Never saw that. Y'all want some mushrooms? Progress is being made. So why are some people humans and some people golden skeletons? They definitely bought the DLC pack. Pre-order bundle. These guys. To have golden skeletons. Grace mimic? Because lore? Yeah, you're right. It's respectful that you even tried. I'm gonna go down this way first, I think. Thank you. Because there's a bonfire over there. How convenient. This game makes you realize how strong the cavalry really was. It's so easy to just run around in circles around someone or fucking... I don't know, it just seems so abusive, actually. What's a bonfire? Haha. You're right. I only see the grace. The grace of thine lords. What's up, dude?
The customer? Well,
You can buy me rune arcs, golden sunflowers. You can, what's this thing? And knowledge. I'll take some knowledge. I'll have to use my souls for something.
stop this at once, and I will forgive you.
I was wondering if he would respond. He did. Never mind the incredible fort behind a weapon swung from the back of a moving horse force. It's actually reflected in the game on horseback. Your weapon seems to always use the two-handed attack rating despite you building it one-handed. Yeah, no, it's actually crazy. Like, it makes sense now. Like, I always knew the cavalry was strong historically, but it never, like, clicked with me. I was just trying to figure it out, like, just arrow them or just fucking, you know, spear them. Which actually is the counter. Spears are counters for cavalry. But it's like a wall of spears. It's not just a singular spear, because these guys can... They get behind the lines once, then you guys are just fucked. It's actually broken how strong the cavalry was. I get it. I see it now. Hey, Jay. What's going on? Oh, that's an actual thing? I thought it was just a random skull. I was trying to break it. This dude is fucking levitating, dude! Kami-sama! What's the gameplay, my man? Elden Ring. We are playing Elden Ring. Armored cavalry were effectively main battle tanks during the medieval and Renaissance periods. Yeah, it makes so much sense. And like, if you could take out any one of them, it'd be such a huge deal on the battlefield. But then there's never just one person on the field. You have like a squad. And that's busted, honestly. Tanks and armored vehicles are still referred to... Yeah, actually, yeah, that's true. They're still called... Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. That's funny. Is that my blood that it just splattered across the ground? That's kind of gnarly. I knew that. It's just such a crazy reminder sometimes. That, like, yeah, the cavalry was actually fucking busted for a reason. It was no mistake that people feared cavalry, and there's like songs and stories written about them. What properly countered the cavalry, I think, was when machine guns were out, and they were like, wait a minute, we can't just ride our horses anymore. That changed a little bit. But if you had some sort of thing that could get behind the lines and still do a lot of damage, it would come back. You think of joining the Air Force? I would say don't. But I am not here to lecture or say anything like that. I joined. I was in the military. But I would just say don't. That is my blood. That's crazy. Oh, the benefits are nice. Don't get me wrong. The benefits are nice. It's just more of a hassle. You can use it to travel, I guess, but it's still really not worth it. For someone like me, at least. It depends on everyone else. Finally, I see what these guys do. Oh, that's what they do. You encountered a horse, cavalry, or pikeman, usually poorly trained, conscripts expected to stand up to knights. Yeah, that's the thing though. Like, isn't that kind of scary? Like, I know you're the natural counter, like a wall of just spearmen or pikemen rather, and it's like, all right, it's your job to stop those deadly machines. You don't move now. If you move, we all die. And they're like basically all novice. And the obviously the fucking cavalry knew this. They never really just fucking blankly just rushed at him. Maybe except for the first group that did. And they were shocked. But like, how fucking terrifying must it be to see a squad or maybe even a battalion of horses with dudes on it, heavily armored, just running at you, and you're just standing there with a spear and told not to move. Oh yeah, that's for sure. Not all of them were fucking knights. There's no shot they were all knights. But that doesn't diminish the fact of how scary it actually was. I can imagine, like, just at a point, it would have been terrifying to see him on the field. It's like, ah, fuck, here comes the cavalry. Which probably is where that phrase came from. Because of how important or how easily the battle like swung in favor of the cavalry. Alright, I'm fucking trolling. Oh my god, his head's fucking on the other side. Oh, but that's so cool. Do you see how his skull is pulling back to his body? That's so cool, actually. Well, yeah, the knights were knights for a reason. They're supposed to be fucking special. If knights weren't special and anyone could be a knight, that would kind of ruin the purpose of it. Second defense of Lendel, the fell omen stacks high, the corpses of heroes, yet the Erd tree remains unshaken. started being fielded differently once armor-piercing arrow technology was developed. Yeah. Knights were spooky. It's just funny to see how much has changed in history and how much hasn't at the same time. There's still stuff that we use today that are basically strategies of old, adapted for new tech. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. Fucking God breath over here. I went for it. It was so fucking dumb, but I went for it. That felt good. I definitely hear something. I know I'm not crazy. What the fuck was that sound? I definitely heard something. Oh. It's that. Oh, what's he shooting at? He's missing. Is this place properly explored? I don't want to say it is, but I'm not sure where else to go. How's the stream, by the way? Is it smooth-ish? I hope it's smooth. I don't know if it's like you guys are getting frame loss or it looks kind of pixelated and stuff like that. I was messing with the bitrate today, so I'm just curious. You're smooth, Hitsuga? First. I thought I killed these guys already. Did I set on a bonfire? I might have. Wait, they all can do it. That's interesting. Smooth like butter, but it looks good. That's a smooth dude. Well, I'm glad it looks good because I raised it to 3,500 today. Because it was at 3,000. I was like, can I bump it up a little bit? So I think I can. Because before it was an issue of my hardware not being good enough, but. Yeah, I could do 6K. Man, I wish my belches made me levitate. I could try 6K at a point, but I'm pretty sure I would probably feel it for certain things. Damn, dude. the way to the staircase over here. So what happens if I just go straight then? Found that arrow. And then there's things over here earlier. What's this? Does that imply that's a boss? Cracked tier. What was the name of that tier? I said a boss had it though. Can't be this guy. Seek light. No horse ahead. First off, well done. Flower. There's nothing of importance for me here. So now we run to the what is it called? Did I pick it up? I guess I did. We run to the giant archer dude. See what he wants. These guys respawn, so it's not worth my time. And they're cool. Fuck me, man. I have to fight one of them. Is there no bonfire anywhere, dude? So stupid of me. But I'm taking a leap of faith here. Bitch. Okay. What the fuck? I just got played. Follow the road. I'm too busy messing with my thumbs. Run, beast. Maybe. Intriguing. Alright, fuck it. We'll fight this guy. Just give me my damn souls first. Horse got fire now. He's a bit higher class as a cavalry member. Should have known. No, quite silly of me. Yeah, that's why I tried to do the little sneak attack there, but I just wanted to grab my souls. That's what that was. Can't be this bad, right? Yeah, dude clearly sees me. Might have to forego my souls here if I want to win. TBH. Also, I'm not even sure if his shield attacks are different. That's the one thing I hate about these guys. If they have shields, their shield attacks, that's some bullshit. That's some proper bullshit right there. I'm in a bush, you can't see me. he does have a different attack there. That's new. Fuck me, dude. I'm not timing his... I guess he points at the air when he does it? I was mistiming the fucking lightning thing. I need to get more, not seeds, but whatever it is that makes my one thing stronger. I need to get that. Oh, that one's too effective. So... Where are the katanas? No, okay, hold up. Let me do this properly. My katanas. That one goes there. That one goes there. This one will have to be the regular one. And maybe I can employ this one too. How's my roll? Not good. How's my roll now? Okay. Gotta run. Good to see you again. Good luck eldening that ring. Thank you. I appreciate it. What time is it? I can't tell. I need to find a way to implement timestamps in my game again. I don't got them. I thought I did the one attack. So I staggered him there, but I didn't see a critical spot. And as soon as I hit him normally, he responded to my thing. I'm gonna try something then. So fucking risky. not? Is that not interesting? 3 slashes. Interesting. Hey, Lord, what's going on? How you been? Yeah, interesting. Fuck, okay. I grabbed my souls, though. That's what matters. I grabbed the fucking souls. I'm pretty sure I have to kill this guy before I can progress into the capital. So that's what I'm gonna try to do. But I gotta figure out how much DPS I can actually do to him. I wish I had no souls. My life would be so much easier if I just had no souls. What about you? I've been good. Yeah, I've been gone because a lot of things have been going on. But overall, I'm good. Quite happy. Broke, but good. What have you been up to? Very interesting. I'm kind of fumbling the bag with how I'm switching my weapons, so I can't pull out the right ones fast enough. But it's very interesting. Okay, I need to think about this. Right. Hope he doesn't notice me if I get too close here. He noticed me. You were right. You were right. Anyways, I was just popping to say hi before I go to bed. Glad to see you're doing well. No, I'm glad you're alive. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, you dork. You go get that rest. Go get that proper rest. We're gonna experiment a little bit. Basically, right? That's the goal here. Spam! 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 Oh, I mistimed the roll. Yeah, 0. Just 0. It's just 0. Nothing more, nothing less. Though, no, I need that there for the long range. But I just had an idea. Yeah, it's all scripted death. These are all scripted. There's no way someone like me would have that many deaths, right? There's just no way. Yeah, exactly. We doubt it. One, 2, 3, 4. This time I roll again. I like 4. I can get away with 4, and then I just gotta dip out. But I get stomped because I don't know how to dip out properly. I have a hard time doing things properly. But we get so much free damage off of him, and then after that it's just a matter of killing him. Fire attack. Can't say I was ready for that one. Love me some fire. Not really. That scared the fuck out of me, bruh. What do we know? I know it takes 3 charge attacks for me to stagger him. That was a waste. But the stagger isn't a proper stagger. It's tough. That's what this is. It's tough. I get 4. I gotta roll away. I get 4 and then I have to roll it. I can't commit to the 5. I commit to the 5. I'm playing RNG. Like if I roll and then I try to do it, I'm playing with RNG. Maybe if I do a light attack, maybe, but I'd rather save that for a charge attack with the other weapon instead. I think that's the smarter play. For sure. So I just need to get out, switch weapons, and then play for the one thing. Or roll, change weapons. He was a bit faster that time, wasn't he? On his 4th one, he was already stomping. Was it because I did it like a bit far away? Instead of right on his ass? Intriguing. Interesting. He was a bit ready for that one. Hopefully it's not a... You're fucked now because he has new AI. You've been messing around too much. Hopefully it's not one of those moments. That wouldn't really be nice. Playing for the souls is actually really scaring me. I'm playing so spooked. Alright, we're gonna risk it. I'm gonna say fuck it to the souls. I'm gonna say fuck it to the souls. If I can get it through the four hits at the start properly, we'll go for it. Do it again. It's not 3 hits. Fuck. I was really banking on that 3-hit logic. Close enough where I think I can get away with it. Yeah, the horse noticed me, but we're just chilling. We're chilling like a villain. We're all good. We love horsies. Okay. Let's win. This is the 4. The damage difference there, though, am I right? The damage difference there. How did that one-shot me that time? Was I not fully healed? That could have been a case of me not being fully healed, but the damage difference, though. Major difference. Vigor check. It's blocked, but can you see it? It's idiotic for a first playthrough, probably. Oh, I'm gonna get detected. I'm not paying attention. Definitely thought I rolled to the side there, but I didn't, I guess. But I only got 12 vigor. First playthrough, and I still have 12 vigor. I probably won't level up my vigor at all. Also, hello, Oni.senpai. How are you? Long time no see. I'm still kind of ridiculous mentally. Alright, this time we should be able to get the early 4 hits here. I wasn't paying attention that time. Sorry. Holy shit. Oh, that's a waste. I want to use the lantern. I thought I had it on lantern. I'm silly. I'm so silly. Alright. Let's see. This is a four hitter. I was too focused on managing my thing that I didn't see the second hit coming. Way too focused. Fuck. Managing my equipment. I'm fumbling the bag, managing my equipment. That was a major fumble. How are you doing though, Oni.senpai? What's going on in your world? I want to grab that. You see me, right? Totally saw me. Fumbling the bag again, bro. Too much of my equipment. Too much of my equipment. I just need to simplify it. Just need to simplify it. I'm getting way too lost. That alone should help a lot. So now, let's put that armor back on. I ain't got the brain for that much equipment usage. Alright, it's 4, and then we dip, and then we die, I guess. How the fuck did he know him? Fuck. $1,300. Nice. Another 100 to add on to the death counter. There's another 100 deaths in a single day. I like to see it. Those souls are in a very awkward spot, and I really want to do my 4 hits. So I'm gonna say fuck it. I'm gonna go this way. Fuck. Fuck. I don't want to lose those souls, because 12,000 souls is not bad. I don't have enough to level up. But I want to be able to just abandon those souls, because those souls are fucking with me. Or runes. They're called runes. My bad. Keep forgetting. Now I'm properly behind you. Just gonna grab them and run. You're right. Eat. Oh my fuck, I thought he was doing something else. I thought he was doing something else. I should have just did a regular running left click. Fuck me, dude. That was a good one. That was a good one. That was a really good one. I like that one. If I can somehow grab my souls first without him noticing, that'd be nice. You would assume his blind spot's on my side, but maybe, just maybe. Fuck, this is a 3 hit. I didn't even go for a charge attack, I just went for a regular one. And a heavy attack is still too slow. But so I gotta make sure he's not doing that attack before I do the charge. Or I go onto his other side, because that also works, actually. Why don't I do that more often? Please tell me that's not close enough. Yeah, baby. I still don't know what these things were. Why the fuck did it tell me that I just had to go down? Only for it to kill me. I got baited. Hold up. I was literally walking and running, not paying attention, like that, and then he detected me. Alright, we fixed it. Hopefully this gives us a forfer. Ah, yeah, we got a forfer. Honestly, I don't know why I went for that just now. I don't know why I went for that. That was the good like chunk of damage. I just had to reset there and then play the game properly. That was a throw. That was a huge throw. I don't know why I played it like that. I didn't even see how much HP he had. I think he had like 30% maybe. That was actually such a big throw. We're getting there though. Oh fuck, that's not right in front of his face. That's right in front of his face. There's no shot. There's no shot, right? No shot. I tried to go for it, see if I would get the souls anyways. I should have just done the full combo and then go for it. I don't want to lose the 12,000 souls or runes. Is that behind him this time? If it's behind him, that's much better. Yeah, I think it's behind him now. That's much better. Alright, no, this one's for you. I got you. This is for you. You specifically. This run right here, this one's for you. I was kind of pathetic now, like. I was hoping he would do another fire attack. I was hoping he would do another fire attack. If he did another fire attack, I could have just timed my roll. Like, get the hit and then roll out. But then I was not ready for that. He wanted to proper fight. I need to remember, he can do just one fire attack. He only does it when I'm far away, basically. Alright, that count did not count. This count does count. Trust. I know that's the shit that you like. Easy fix this time. Easy fix, easy fix, easy fix, easy fix. Just kill him. Remember the tip. Oh my god, this is a threefer. Definitely a threefer. I'm fucked. I got this. What do you mean? I'm not fucked. Oh shit. Hey, what's up? How are you, Lieda? When'd you get rid of the lady in your name? Because I know you used to have lady before it, but I don't remember when that happened. How have you been, by the way? How's your life going? What's going on out there in the world? How are you, I think you're playing Cult of the Lamb, right? Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day when I was in your stream. I was like, when did that happen? I don't remember when that happened. Which, by the way, for anyone who's lurking, she streams. She's basically very chill, funny, and 100% herself at all times. Basically. So, she's pretty cool. Check her out. Oh, I fucked that up. Basically, she's just like me. Except cooler. playing the new WoW expansion. It's dope. The dopest dude. Nah, you're the dopest dude. There's a new WoW. Oh, the Lich King, right? I think I was seeing stuff about that. I haven't played much WoW, but I've always loved the WoW cinematics and stuff like that. I played the free trial of WoW, which I don't think really counts. Is it cool? Is it hype? Oh, I wish I could play RPG. Like, my problem is if I play RPG games, my life gets sucked in. I played Black Desert Online, spent so many, like, 20-hour days playing that game, doing fuck all. And I spent, like, over $2,000 on it. Like, it was so bad for me. I could not, I can't play RPG games. Alright, come on. 4 hits. Heal. You're starting early, dude! Oh shit. Okay. Rude. How dare he start early? Cute. It's nicknamed World of Warcrack. I mean, yeah, I believe it. I believe it. But no, yeah, I have fun playing RPGs. I made that sound a lot worse than it actually is. I had so much fun.
I want more sleep. God Morgan, Kjera.
Hi. Hi, boo. What's going on? Good morning to you. How many hours did you get, hon? Ah, fuck. Did it wrong. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. But yeah, no, I loved RPGs. It's just, I have a terrible habit of spending not just a lot of time on it, but also wasting a lot of cash on it. A lot of cash on it. And it was like, it didn't matter what game it was. I found a way. Alright, get 3, grab soul, and back off, heal, dodge, switch, watch him jump on me. He's gonna probably swing again, maybe? No, he won't. I thought he was stomping on me. He was actually... He was swinging? I thought it was just a regular horsey. I'm a horse. What? He has to... He doesn't just stomp, he swings his... I did not know that. I did not know that. Mellow, what now? Do you just make melon into a drink? Oh, melatonin. Do you know about melatonin? It helps people fall asleep. Lost Ark has me tempted to spend money. I have definitely spent money on Lost Ark. But, good thing is I limited myself, so I didn't spend too much. It was just like a default bundle thing that I bought once. So that was nice. But, I did spend money on Lost Ark. Melon to a drink. You're such a dork. She just woke up. Forgive her. Well, I'll tell you what. That was very fucking rude. I'm lagging. I lost some frames there. That hit me still? I'm on the other side, dude! So he has a stomp where he doesn't swing, and he has a stomp where he does swing. What the fuck? That was such a heavy attack, I thought he was done. I didn't realize he could just transition to another combo. That silly me. I spent money just to push my item level to do raids. I didn't remember what my item level is. I never spent money to do that, thankfully. But I was tempted to once. I did grab the souls, right? Okay, yeah, we got it. Alright, I got so close that one time. I just gotta not fuck up. I need some... What's the opposite of melatonin? I need some wake-up juice. Anyone got a wake-up juice? Instead of night juice? Are you taking the bus, by the way, today, hon? Alright, this is a 4-hitter. Pre-workout? That'll definitely do the job. What the fuck, nani kore? That's so fucking cool! Fuck! Fuck! Hello, Flannel. How have you been? How have you been in your life this past week? Do a barrel roll so close again. Oh my. That one was better. I didn't get greedy. I just didn't play right. I felt so good about that one because we got the stagger and everything, and I was like, okay. This is gonna work. And then those lightning attacks are so cool. I'm not used to them yet. If I can figure out how to dodge the one where he like sends a specific lightning bolt at me, then I should be able to kill him. That's the one thing that's like catching me. I get hit by that, and then I'm like stuck panicking, trying to heal and stuff. Oh, this is 3. 3, boy. 3, boy. That hit me? Oh, the actual audacity of this dude. Ah! Ah! Fuck. I thought that hit was gonna stagger him. It didn't, and I panicked a little bit. I panicked. I rolled out of sync. If I didn't panic, I would have rolled on time, and then I could have done it again and actually stagger him. That was... Ooh, this game raises my heart rate. I feel like I'm getting a second workout for the day. What a fun game. This game is anger inducing, but when you win, it's so... Yeah, it feels so nice when you finally, like, do something right. Because then you're like, did I do that? Did I just beat that boss that's been kicking my ass for a while? I did, didn't I? And then it feels so nice. It feels so good. Ah, he jumped away. Can I still get away with 3? No, I cannot. No, I cannot. Oh, I did. I'll take that. Play Elden Ring, then exercise guaranteed swole results. Yeah, I'm gonna get swole as fuck playing this game just from the sweat and the heart pumping just playing this game. Yeah, I won. Me. That was my victory, honestly. I'm the one that doesn't have HP. He's the one that's cheating. Kind of rude. Anger's the best. Alright, I'll try to be... Oh. Horse. Recognize me. You didn't see anything. 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 There's nothing for you to see here. Nothing at all. Fuck. He saw me. I'm not sure if he turned around because it was a weird place for him to be, or if because he detected me. Don't know. But what have you been up to, Flannel? I'm like you as well, Lieta. How have your streams been? You having fun? Like you were also getting back into it, right? It seems like all the people I used to like lurk for and enjoy hanging out and are starting to get back into it. So it seems like everyone kind of went on a break, honestly, which is kind of interesting. It's been so much fun. That's good. That's good. I've been having fun too. I'm trying to find a consistent schedule again. Not necessarily like I have to stream at this time every single day kind of deal, but I wanna figure out my schedule a bit more of like going to the gym and helping my sister out. But I haven't been able to yet. Ooh, I can get away with 4 there. I can get away with... You just said a name that I had forgotten about? Holy shit. Ramenly. How the fuck is he doing? I need to... he was such a funny, chill dude. I need to reach out. I don't know where to even reach out. But damn. I forgot about him. I love this shit. Not his shit, literally, but anyway. Getting back into routine now that COVID has taken a slight step back, and I can finally focus on getting back on my feet. That's good. I mean, I think COVID kind of knocked everyone on their asses. And seems like we're all trying to get back into the shape of things. More or less. I think I can get this without him being so trigger happy. Yes, sir! Alright, jump to... Oh my god, finally. A 4-hitter. I can do a 5-hitter! Sorry, that was so loud. My mic's right here. So sorry. I was looking at OBS and I didn't realize my mic is like, it's kind of blended into the background, as you can see. But I can do a 5-hitter. Technically, because he does that little stompy attack. If I just walk slightly out of range, he misses me. And I get to attack him during his animation. And if I can do 5 hits and then heal and back off, he goes into his 1 phase, which is kind of annoying. But I can. I can. Kind of like that. Okay, I get it, dude. I get it. Holy shit. What the fuck are these attacks, man? Fuck. I fell for it again. He does that one attack that looks like he's gonna stop after that one, but then he resets it and goes for the overhead. It's a combo attack, and I stop on the one because I think it's free, but it's not. Never mind, the boss just hits harder. This game is like if it wasn't personal before, now it is. The boss decided to start. Yeah, he was the one spamming moves on me. What the fuck? That's not cool, bro. Don't mind me. I'm not over there. I'm just a dude. Or actually, I'm a girl in this game. Did he see me? What was that? No, reset. Yeah, like chill. Chill, dude. Chill. Calm down. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Alright. Yeah, that kind of works. Gonna do it again. No, he didn't do it that time. I'm not even close to the damn hammer. Like, chill. I'm gonna exercise while watching. Enjoy your workout. Is today leg day, chest day, abs, butt day? If I ever had a dedicated booty day, Sophia would kill me. She would actually kill me. Oh, I miss you. Norway was such a fun time. Such a peaceful time. Okay. I need this guy to have faith in the ways. This is the 4. Want to try the 5 now. Really? It works though. It works though. That's the cool thing. It does actually work. That's the cool part. So if we can do it. I just gotta survive the onslaught that comes afterwards. Maybe if I use a different attack. Hold up. Let me get rid of this. I want to see how I roll with this. Yeah, that's heavy. Alright, how about I say we fuck that. We say fuck that. Not that. And use this. Right? I'm not even really using the dual blades that much. Okay. We'll see how this plays out. I think the Ichimonji is still something I really want with the other katana. And I can't do the charged attack on the other one. But we'll see how this plays out. Okay. So much closer. We brought him down to, I think, like 15% of his HP bar, which is kill range. I kept doing it the way I was doing it, I would have killed him. But then he did that one attack that I literally have not seen yet, and it got me. That felt good. That felt really good. I was actually so close. Okay. He reset. I thought he's coming after me. Whew. Whew. I'm gonna get this. It's right there on the tip of my finger. On my fingertips? The tip of my fingertips? I guess that makes sense, but it still sounds kind of wrong. He went far. That's fine. I thought he was doing the other attack. Fuck. Fuck. If I could have dodged that simple as the bonk. If I could have just dodged the bonk, it would have been fine. I got hit by that, and then I was out of HP range. Fuck. Okay. This is so manageable. This is actually so manageable. And I just lost all my souls. So sad. So sad. Good thing. Is that I have another idea. Now I don't have to worry about my souls. I can just play it how I want. Which would be nice. If I go in front of the tree like that, he does detect me. We remember that. I remember that. He goes far here. He goes far. Fuck me, dude. There, I thought I was on the. I thought I was out of the range. Oh my. Fuck. Okay. I have to change one thing. think this will be the difference. Now I can do some proper damage. Maybe. This may be very negligible. But the dude most definitely sees me. Cannot say I am a fan. Works, kind of. It worked, kind of. I might not even have time to heal, actually. I think it might just be better for me to just do an attack, dip out, and then heal from range. And pray to the gods that I don't die. If I can do 5 like that, that might be the way. Because healing takes up too much time. Right there. I'm so fucking close. I'm actually so close. Heckity heck. Gosh darn it. That was... I'm not saying it was bad. It was actually kind of a good start. But I really dropped the ball there. I could have did a lot more damage right there for sure. Something I'm gonna try is charging with this blade, see if it's enough. Stagger him. How the fuck do I time that? If I mistime it, I get the movement damage debuff where I take more damage and then it one-shots me. If I time it right, I won't. If I mistime it and I just take it, then I don't die either. But alright, this time, since I don't have any souls anyways, I'm gonna try something. See how many charge attacks it takes. I mean, it works. It's a lot more. That took what, 5 charge attacks, I think, versus the other, which definitely takes like 3 charge attacks or something like that. Which tells me that I should probably use the other sword if I want to do a charge attack. It's so weird though. Is it because the other one does some magic damage? Does magic do a really good job of staggering this game? I really don't know. I'm kind of curious. If that's the case, would the Moonveil kick major ass? Don't know. Don't have it. Could he always react that fast? We did 4, we dodge, and then we do a regular swing, and then he just killed me. That kind of shocked me, actually. How many deaths have we at? 1,325. 1,325 deaths. Lovely. I rolled. Did I run with stamina? Or was I like? I guess I noticed there's a animation where it felt like I was stopping. Maybe I don't know. I could have sworn I rolled. Hope you're getting the gains, Flannel. If you're exercising while you're watching, keep it up. Keep pumping them bars. My phone is dying. That one's definitely 3 hits. Very different. Very different. I want to test it. That sword definitely hits harder. Enough so that I can stagger with 3 hits. Which is nice. But it's interesting that it has such a disparity like that. Here we go. Runs away. That means I can do 4. And I run away. Switch. It's gonna charge at me here. Or try to fire me up. I thought I was in front of him, so I thought he was gonna do the side swing that he does, like the one where he just hammer drops it. But then he did another side attack. Like he wasn't not a side swing. I didn't mean side swing earlier, but he did like a hammer drop normally, right? But in that particular instance, he did a hammer, or he did a swing instead. And was that because I was in the front? Fuck, okay, hold on. Oh, that's not good. That's so bad. What a bad start. Okay. I'm trolling. Calm down. You got this. You've already gotten like 40 deaths on this guy, probably. I really don't know how much we've died to this guy already. I don't think it's 40. I think that's actually... Oh, fuck? Oh, that wasn't weird. That was something else.
Deja vu, I just been this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go. Calling you, and the search is a mystery. Standing on my feet, so hard, trying to be me.
Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-da-da, da, 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 da. Right behind the butt. Not good enough. Went too far. Dodged it. He runs out of his lightning phase. That's such good news for me. That's such good news for me. He can be annoying, but if he uses enough attacks, he'll actually run out of his lightning phase. Maybe if he uses that one specific attack, he'll go out of it. And if he goes out of it, then it's like playing like normal. And if it's playing like normal, I got him. Okay. We got him to reset. He triggered onto me for a second there. That's so good to know, actually. Just fuck that lightning phase, honestly. Alright, we might be able to get 5 here. spam it. Just spam it. Just spam it. I don't know what I was doing there. Why did I just heal like that? We got 5. Exactly like I said we could. We got 5. He forced him into the lightning phase. And I healed. Like right there. If I healed right away, sure. But I didn't. So that was kind of weird on my part. How are you doing, by the way, Asian Empress? I know you redeemed Deja Vu, but I didn't get to say anything. Hope you're doing well. How's your life been? How's life treating you? Hopefully you're having a blast. Doing all kinds of different things. Alright. Alright, Hitsu. You got this. You got this. You literally got this. He ran away. Plus a 4 hitter. 4 and run. Fuck me, dude. Come on. Oh my bless. He's dead. Moving on. I got it. He's dead. Moving on. Sorry. Next. Goodbye. Hasta luego. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I can't believe I just did that. I feel so happy right now. Oh, my heart. My heart's pounding. It's pounding so much. Oh my god, my heart's pounding. I'm just elated. And that just set me up to use, finally, where is it? My Moonveil Katana. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. What the fuck? I'm so happy. Okay. Okay. Let me level up my weapon. And try it somewhere. Gotta try it somewhere. That lady's still gone. I don't know where she went.
Well, I took you for no matter. It's lay out your arm.
Yeah, I mean, I basically died. That's kind of fact. Also, I can't get more.
Greeting, are you here for...
So there's a boss that's obviously kicking our ass in this location, but I want to test the Moonveil damage on it. So that's what we're gonna do. We're okay with this. We're okay with this because, like I said, I'm just here to test the damage. That did 400 something to his foot. We'll try the blood slash and a left click. 147. 202. 947, 202. I believe this Black Blade Kindred fella is actually squishy, like meat, flesh. Which is interesting. Alright, but 202 for the two-handed attack. So let's do regular attack here. 520, 204. Actually does more damage. Right? What did Moonveil do again? Didn't do 500 something? I need to write down these stats so I remember. 401, 202. I need to write them down. So I'm gonna test this bad boy. $564, 219. This one does more damage, technically. The downside is I lose my blood slash, which is a great for DPS. But I think these are the blades to go. I think this is the blade to go. That's probably definitely the combo in terms of DPS right now anyways. And I think I did more damage that time. I think there's a range thing going on. Fuck. Grab those souls real quick. I got the souls. But I want to. I think I have to let it charge. Where exactly are my souls, my friend? Are they in here? Oh, they are in here. Nice. I want to see if there's like a, if I'm too close, does it do less damage kind of ordeal? I'm not gonna change any of this for now. If I do it a bit farther back. So it depends on the actual impact location of my sword to maximize the damage. And because if I'm far away, that did 499 if I'm far away. If I hit him, that did a different amount of damage. So 4 of those can stagger someone. Can it do it without the charge attack? Because it's technically not a charge attack. Can this do it without the charge attack? I need to see. We'll do something else like, I don't know that. The reason why I'm testing things is I'm actually going to end stream after I'm done testing this. It's just, I want to know what I can do with the Moon Veil now that I can finally use said Moon Veil. I fucked that up. Bad test, bad test. This is the last test. If I can stagger him still with just 4. If I can... I just found a really new, fun thing to use. Basically. I did more damage. Do you guys see that? Why was I struggling to move there? Was one of the talismans earlier like? Never mind. I was just struggling to move around there for some reason. But never mind. Don't mind. Fuck! I should have just done it. I should have just greeted for it. Greeted for the stun. Eventually we'll come back and kill this guy. I won't be able to kill this guy yet, I don't think. Eventually we will. My primary focus right now is to see if I can stagger him without all the special effects. Basically. That was 4 hits that time. But did not stagger him. So maybe it counts? I didn't pop this last time. This is such a limit testing. I'm adding so many deaths just to limit test this right now. No, it's still 4. Interesting. And a reset. Art almost reset, but I'm just gonna go ahead and sit here. So we know it's 4 proper hits, and it'll stagger. Really cool to know because that guy was hard to stagger. But 4 proper hits, that's manageable. I can do that. I can for sure do that. Can't level up yet, but I am quitting here. We'll figure out what to do next time. I had a fun stream. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you for chilling with your boy Hitsu and his casual lame stream. But I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna find someone to raid real quick. I had fun. I'm so happy I can use the moon veil now, and I kick this fucking ass. Sorry, but regardless, I had a lot of fun. It's time to raid someone. Someone to raid, but who? Brandon is streaming. What is he doing? Let's see. What is he doing? He's just chatting. Oh, actually, I see D-Tune streaming. I want to ask D-Tune something. He played Gundam Evolution today, and I want to know how he felt about it. So we're gonna raid him. And it's his first night back from tour as well. I know there's not really that many people that are still here. I love you guys though. But if you want to join the raid, please do. But either way, we're just sending some love to D-Tune. Yeah, there's mixed things. It's not gonna be a competitive, like it's gonna kick ass and compete with Overwatch kind of game. But is it fun? It's so much fucking fun. It's just you just play to have fun, basically. I dropped an 80 bomb today and I had a blast. I love the game because of Gundam. Would I play the game if it wasn't because of Gundam? Probably not. but the gameplay is still solid for what it is. If this came out in the early 2000s, this would be the shit. But no, let's just give Deacon some questions, and then we'll ask him what his favorite Gundam is. Because I saw him log on. I wanted to play with him low key today. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Take care. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for always stopping by stream. It actually means a lot to me. It's nice to see you guys. I miss your faces all the damn time. But you guys behave. Take care. And whoever is taking care of yourself, take even more care of yourself. Because we love you. Alright. I'll see you guys later. And goodbye. I'm just going to hit raid now. Because my throat is hurting. I want to go get water. So I'll see you guys. Bye-bye. Where's the raid now button? I got lost. There it is. Okay. Bye-bye. For real now.